Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the office hours. My name's Paul. I'm gonna get into this real quickly. Get to the office first with a black screen. Hold on. I did everything but there we go. Haha. Did everything I was supposed to, except for turning on my camera. Welcome, everybody. This is a live stream where I do on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, where we talk about Star Citizen news and lore and all these sorts of things. You ever forget you had that open and the show starts? Sometimes I do that, yes. Sometimes it makes me jump. Welcome, everybody. So this is a long, if you see the list, this is the reason why it's a long list. I will be pulling out some of the stuff to talk about it individually. One of the things I will start off by saying right now, and we're going to have to talk about it again, is I'm going to have to talk about 4.0 and setting proper expectations with CIG. I will say this right away. CIG has been very upfront about apologizing for 3.18's release, which is good, and I think we should encourage that. I did make a post over the weekend where CIG was apologizing. I made a quip about how sales must be bad, and I had CIG employees reach out to me and be like, dude, what the fuck? And I talked with them about it, and it was a genuine apology, and ever since then, CIG has consistently been apologizing for it, which is a good step. And I know a lot of people are going to make a meme out of this, or be like, oh, it's insincere. As far as I know, it's sincere. Everyone I've talked to says it's sincere. But we should also be encouraging this because CIG rarely does new things. And when they do new things, they often get... how to put this? They often get pushback from it. And if CIG decides that it's just more hassle than it's worth, they stop doing it. And I've been covering this game for a long time. I'm not the oldest backer in terms of covering, or the content creator in terms of covering this stuff, but any of the folks in my geriatric age of only 36, but still, my geriatric age of following this game since I was in my 20s will tell you right away that CIG never apologizes. Never. They always say, well, you just misunderstood us, or they get the technical aspects out. They never say, we're sorry we messed up. This is the first time they've done that. So, anything I'm going to say this stream that may sound like salt is more critique and or just getting people to get in the right mindset. But I highly encourage you that if you're upset, please try to think about constructive feedback. How could CIG improve this in the future? Not just fix your game, because that doesn't help them at all. Because CIGs are people. They're trying to do this without sounding condescending, because a lot of people don't really get empathy. But people don't respond to the stick. There's a myth, especially I'm guessing with this older generations who follow Star Citizen, that you have a carrot and you have the stick. The carrot is an incentive for you to do something, and a stick is a punishment for when you don't do it. I've been in education for over 10 years, for over a decade. The stick is a myth. The stick never works. The stick doesn't actually do what you want it to do. Incentives do, disincentives don't. Now, you need some disincentives in there already to make sure things done, but often people will go straight to the stick rather than the carrot because it's easier. It's easier to beat something than it is to try to incentivize things. And with that being said, screeching about stuff isn't going to help. It doesn't change anything. The way you change behavior is with incentives. And if CIG, I'm not saying go out and purchase ships. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that if you have an issue, be sure to be constructive and careful about it, remembering that the people you're talking to are human beings. So that's the important part. Hey, Logan, how you doing, buddy? I'm just starting it off with that because it's unprecedented. I will say that in my time covering Star Citizen, it's unprecedented for CIG to be this apologetic. So. Oh, we'll see. You'll see at the very beginning of ISC. Hey, mate, Matty Bear. How do you go about doing character repair? I believe it's under where you would see the character reset tool before. I think you go there and do that again, but it's not always working, so. You've been hibernating for months? The gist is that CIG released 318 mostly, as Jared will say, mostly to get data because they just couldn't get data. They reached the limits of the data they could collect. They knew that it wasn't ready, but they needed to push it anyways, so they pushed it so they can get more data, and they got more data. But as a result, people just basically haven't been able to play the game for a week. Is it on the website? Yes, it should be under your account on the website. So if you go to your account, I'm not going to show it live because it's, I don't want to dox myself. So if you go to your account on the website, pull this up real quick. You'll see, is it under profile? I don't know how to do a reset. Because it used to be under your profile. It used to be like a reset your account option, but it's not there anymore. Let me see if I can get the news. Go through all of my stuff. There was a new update for it. It may be disabled now. I know it's disabled whenever the servers are down, they disable it. But there's, at least you should know where it is. Okay, character repair. Here it is. Okay, so let me show you. You go to your ISI website, you log into your account, you go to My Hangar, Settings, Character Repair. So it should be under Settings, Character Repair. It's not showing up on mine, so it must be down for right now. They've been removing the Character Repair option every time the servers are, they're taking the servers down for maintenance. So the servers may be down for maintenance. Thank you, Trisan. I found the link. No problem. Yeah, mine it's not there below the PTU, so it tells me it's gone. Hey, it's Nick, and this is another thing we've got. Let me pull it up again because let's see how many. We have a lot, but Currently looking at like 30, maybe 31. I'm at 40 out of 50. So, for those of you who haven't caught me recently, this entire week was sponsored by a game called Macarena. Anyone in chat who's played it can tell you it's really fun. It's a great little free to play game, especially if you're waiting to get into servers for Star Citizen. You're looking for something just fun to pick up. It's mobile and it's on PC. If I can get 50 people to sign up with my code, which is !MECHA to get that, and you get past the tutorial with that account, I will get additional bonus. They have already paid me to do it, and I'm already going to get money, but the more people I get to download it and try it out, the more money I get. And so if you want to support the stream or the content financially, but just don't have the ability to do so, that's an easy way of doing so. And as people can confirm, it is really funny. Yes, I saw CIG apologized again, which is what we're going to talk about. I think Xylo said 318 might come as early as Monday, not promised. Yeah. When I heard that CIG was going to be releasing 318 this week, I was like, probably too early. That's really, really quick for a turnaround. But Monday, I could see, probably more likely Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, but we'll see. I don't think character repair isn't re-enabled now. When did they apologize the first time? On Twitter. Hey, thank you. Oh, I've got my 8th person that got to Division 9 is what that is. Yeah, on the roadmap roundup, I guess, as well. So yeah, check that out. All right, couple of moments, and I'll show y'all. For those of you who don't know, at the very beginning, we do kind of updates, and I'm a mini painter, a miniature painter, I'm a hobbyist, for those of you who know what hobbyists are. And I have finished a bunch of stuff because this is my spring break, so I actually got something entirely done. I'll have more done tomorrow and over the weekend, but I do want to show this off. He's not based yet. I haven't put the base on, but I have finished painting him. I've got another squad to do, which will be finished tomorrow, and then I have a command squad to do. Once I do all of the stuff that I have from the Kid Stands box, I'll base all of the infantry and get them done. Basing takes a day, so. Can I paint your Carrick? Send it to me. Why not buy some Votan minis as well? Because I've got too many minis. Basically, I already have a guard. I have finished and painted, I have over 150 guard infantry, plus 6 tanks, 2 artillery pieces, or 2 mobile artillery pieces, 2 chimeras, 3 mobile artillery pieces, and a troop transport, plus 9 Bogren, 9 Bogren. I also have a couple of other like hero characters and such. So I have a lot. And those, I'm going to get this army finished before I move on to the next army. And the next army isn't even Votan, it's Space Marines. I've got well over 1,000 points of space, almost 2,000 points of Space Marines that I got to paint up myself, which I'm waiting for 10th edition, so. But I also have a freelancer I got to finish painting and a bunch of other stuff too, so. Yeah, I don't know if it still works. Let me see if it is functioning, because it wasn't functioning last time. Maybe even the servers were down. Test something. Nope, it's not functioning still. So I have to go in and figure out what's going on with it and figure out how to fix it, because it's just not working out. Which chapter are you thinking? It's a custom chapter. It's called the Raven Skulls, I think is what I'm calling them. They're a right now I'm thinking more they're Norse themed, but less of a Space Vikings, like Space Wolves, and more of like the more like Odin kind of concept. They're black, green, and purple, kind of like raven feathers. So I suck at painting, so I just have a bunch of unpainted blood angels with a Death Company attachment and some Sisters of Battle. Hey. Odin remains. Yeah. That kind of concept. I think I'm calling them. I think I called them the Raven's Eyes at some point. The leaders are going to be named after the two ravens of Odin. So. There's 30k error. No 30k error on my part. This isn't a 30k. This isn't a gameplay stream. We talk about Star Citizen here, though. No, I haven't seen Star Citizen down. It probably is, because every time I logged in, it's been down. But no. This is office hours. This is where we look at the news and the lore and all these other things. So we've got a lot of stuff. So Hugin and Mugen, yeah, that's those ones. How hard is it to actually paint the figurines? It's not too difficult. It takes practice. There's a lot of tutorials online that teach you how to do it. The key is you can always paint more layers. So when you get paints, you want to thin them as much as you, not like super thin, but you want to make sure there's about an even mixture of paint to water. Depends on the pigment. It depends on the paint, but I generally try to keep it as a nice 1-to-1-ish ratio. And if I get a little bit too thin, then I just kind of add a little bit more. You just kind of do it. But if you have thin paints when you're painting it, it looks better. It doesn't like glob up all the details and such like that. And that's what most beginning painters mess up. And if you mess up, you can go back and make the corrections afterwards. All it requires is a decent, steady hand and plenty of light and a good brush. Hey, Celine. Two thin coats, yes. You have upcoming Bar Citizen Central Oklahoma City Sunday night. Congratulations, Axis. Enjoy it. You guys are asking, Hugin and Mugen were the Ravens of Odin. Yes, I remember the name. I had the names, like I have it written down in the lore for them a while back. The concept is that they're two brothers who became Space Marines, were part of the Unnumbered Sons Primaris, because it's all Primaris. And then they formed their own successor chapter. Now I'm thinking that it's not going to be a direct successor chapter of the Space Wolves, more of their own kind of splinter off, because the concept of them is to be melee and then like ranged, like a good balance between the two, like stealth and melee, but. So I had 15 people going. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Most bar citizens I've been to have been less than 15 people. So AI with 20 FPS are scary. They look at me violently. Yeah. This one is this Sunday. Nice. Monday I think is the earliest for 318 at 1. Maybe it's a big maybe. It's not a confirmed. Too bad 318 isn't smooth. Yeah. I have a feeling that the 20% tick rate is for servers is because so many people are not able to make it onto the servers. The starter ships such as the Vulture and Prospector, the starter ships, or do you think the game force doesn't move up? The way the ceiling are, they can't do anything more than I don't know what you're talking about, Max. Are you talking with somebody else in chat? I'm not seeing anything. Starter ship. The best starter ship is the one you can afford. Because all starter ships you can move up from incredibly quickly. It takes you, if you're playing the game like a game, it would take you probably less than a day of hardcore playing to get yourself up to to another ship. Though it's probably best to kind of keep it slow because bugs and stuff like that can use this. You're saying the starter ships, such as the Vulture and the Prospector. Or do you think the game of force doesn't move up the way the ceiling where you can't do anything more with beginner ships? CIG will never stop you from playing the game with your beginner ships, but the game will 100% stop you, will force you to go to bigger ships if you want ever expanding profits. I get what you're going for, and I think that the beginner... You're saying beginner profession ships. Those will never be capped. You will always be able to use them. However, multi-crew and larger ships will always be more effective, especially with crew, than a solo player in a Prospector or Vulture. That's just how that's going to be, because that's the way it's designed. CIG wants you to play with other people and play in multi-crew ships. They want to have that progression, but they also don't want to make the ships be the only thing you progress to. They want to also have that gameplay in. So you can make a lot of money now. Eventually, CIG will probably bring down that money a lot, so you're not making a ton of money, and probably throw up more roadblocks, like reputation being a big one, and especially for good prices for stuff. Hey, Jack O'Neill. Demo mad. The manufacturer could get a new starter ship. Which manufacturer should get it? Argo, and it should be a... because they don't have a really starter ship. And it should be a utility ship. Be right back.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Hello, I like money.
So like an MPVU with a quantum drive and probably a tractor beam and more cargo space. Nah, it doesn't work, Fishy, sadly. The audio things don't work. I don't know why it doesn't work. I have to look into it, but I may have to reconnect my account or something. Yeah, exclamation point Mecca if you want to help out financially. Update, I'm still stuck in a cargo hold of a reclaimer. Are you serious? How'd you get into it? Cutter's pretty good, but yeah. The main thing blocking me from multi-crew right now is a payout and crew boredom, unfortunately. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You're not going to have multi-crew ships until you have multi-crew functionality, and the payouts are just not quite good enough. What I was asking was, do you think there will be a ceiling on the Prospector or Vulture, or do you think it could you could live on them indefinitely if you wanted to? Almost certainly will not be a ceiling. You could live on them indefinitely. Almost certainly. You won't see exponential returns, and you may have a lot of failures, and you may have other problems, but almost certainly you'll be able to live comfortably on it, if that makes sense. Thank you for that. 41 out of 50. There we go. Hey. Thank you again. 42 out of 50. It really is only a few minutes to get to past the tutorial. And if you enjoy it, play it. It's actually a pretty fun game. Yeah, I just got my point. Literally as you popped it and said that, it popped it up there. So thank you. So Octopus, you could probably Dr. Platus, I guess. You could probably attest to how quickly this tutorial is. It's not that bad. It'll definitely be cheaper to maintain the Vulture and the Prospector over Mole, for sure. But you're just not going to see the same kind of returns with them. Like, for instance, it will take you longer to get better gear and or to get better reputation. You'll probably be slower to locations that you need to travel, less efficient, and it'll probably be harder to work on those solo ships beyond the initial starting kind of learning and figuring out how to do things than it will be on the other ships. So there'll definitely be incentives to move up, but I don't think they'll ever like hard lock you from being able to live forever on that. They should have had multi-crew functionality from the very beginning, allowing the co-pilot simply to do what a co-pilot actually does would help get people ready. The issue with that is more how the game treats... It's more coding-based. From what I understand on how CIG has talked about this, there is an issue with the recognition of the game with who has control of what. And what happens if two people are trying to control the same ship at the same time, and how does that work? In terms of in the engine. And also has to do with like the HUD and other things like that. They want to make sure that the experience works better. So you can technically do stuff in multi-crew. You can move power around and those sorts of things. It just doesn't matter right now. There is functionality there, and there has been functionality for a while. It's just not enough functionality to make it valuable. Like managing shields facings isn't that fun or engaging, but you can do it, and it's not that impactful right now. Same with like managing power resources isn't as. I think it's going to be cheaper to maintain, or the Reclaimer definitely, because the Reclaimer is going to be so big. Yeah. Side question: do you think they'll have a single player, have player found jump points? Yes. Doc Platypus. Okay, yeah, I got it. 100%. They'll have player found jump points, but it's not going to be not like a handful of people will ever find a jump point, like 12. Smaller ship will also tether you more to a certain location. Yeah, it'll be harder to move. I'm talking about the co-pilot running a checklist to be able to see the settings. Co-pilot can't even see the ship the pilot has their gear up while landing or has forgotten coupled mode. 12 Wing Productions, what you're asking for is a better heads-up display and information, which they're working on, but that's not something they could do. Originally, they used Flash, which is a great system for baked-in, very specific roles, but they found out pretty quickly that it doesn't work, and it's much more difficult to do for HUDs for multiple different ships for what they want to do. So they had to develop a new system that would specifically replace Flash, while also still supporting the game they had right away. As a result, they needed to have that Flash integration change. And in fact, I believe you can, as a co-pilot, see when your landing gear is down and those other things in the HUD. I don't know how well that functionality works right now, but it has worked in the past. It's just broken right now if it isn't working. Haven't talked about ISC yet, no. The Flash is fantastic. It's just very good if you bake it in. If it's a very specific thing it's supposed to do. It's not that flexible because otherwise you have to build and bake a bunch of different HUDs, and that's very complicated and intensive. Is Wallet in Star Marine same as in-game UEC? No, Star Marines is REC, or REC, Rental Equipment Credits. I think you earn them through matches. So if you win matches, you can get REC that you can then use to purchase items in game. Question: I recently hit a year of sub on SC and got the 20% discount. What am I getting, boys? Whatever you want, my man. I still have a bunch of those left over. On jump point note, I was under the impression that jump points would move around the systems needing to be found at regular intervals. The tunnels inside would change needing mapped. The first part is incorrect. The second part may be true, but the reality is that jump points remain stationary. We don't know if they orbit, but once you found a jump point, the entrance isn't moving. And they've even showed off infrastructure which will be built around jump points, we don't know what it does yet, but like gates that will allow you to operate jump points, maybe more efficiently or without a jump drive, we don't know. But jump points themselves are static in the sense that they're not going to just disappear and reappear in other locations. They will disappear, but they won't, they'll collapse, but they won't blink out of existence and go to another place. They may move, the interior stuff may need to be remapped, but we don't know how frequent that is. It doesn't mean you're going to, and I'm not going into this conversation again, because every time it gets brought up, it ends up being an hour and a half of conversation of me saying the same things, and people just being like, but, and I'm like, I already answered that question. This is unlikely. The problem is that CIG hasn't been very clear and concise on what jump points are. As a result, there is misinformation everywhere, where people are taking concepts or ideas that CIG mentioned once or twice in an ISC or an earlier thing, or the thing they talked about 4 years ago, and taking that as gospel rather than just their ideas. Hey, Nightcob, thank you so much for that 1 year of subscription. Again, can we get a follow command for Loken? Despite not being able to claim my ship on my only one, I had a great time with PES. I've already encountered really poignant player crashes. Makes explorations and salvage awesome. Yeah, it does. It really does add more flavor to the universe, BES does. Celine's here as well. Could you get us a follow command for Celine? Both fantastic creators. Update. Hired pirates offered my cargo hold, hoping they don't kill me first. It clips into the Grimhex main floor. Now it traps me. Damn. Okay. Hopefully you get out. This is some epic. This is an Odyssean odyssey right here. We need to set up an operation to clean up and blow up all the abandoned ships around stations. What they need to do is get, I mean, like, the easy answer to this is twofold. One, NPCs. Two, freaking tractor beams. But neither of those are the options right now. Neither of those are good options. Oh, Angry PC Tech. Let's get us a follow command for Angry PC Tech. As well as Axis, who are all streamers. That kind of stuff. Station-based tractor beams so you can fling junk into the sun. Yeah, or at least like NPCs who can swoop over, pick up junk, and move them off to the side. PES opens many doors. I'm hoping to do ground expedition circumnavigation of Microtech soon. Awesome. What do you think the Vulcan will be useful for? Space roadside assistance. It'd be good for small groups of fighters who are in an area and need support. They need like weapons and the other stuff, so. Freaking tractors with beams on their heads. Yes. AAA or CAA of the verse. Yeah, effectively. The only thing that a Vulcan can't do is tow, which is what the SRV is designed to do. The Stress doesn't have fuel light rats in Elite. I'm sure it does. We have the med runners who are like the fuel rats who do medical stuff. I'm sure we have something similar with that as well. KSP2, have you landed on the moon? I just landed the first time KSP. I was happy. Yeah, I have. I actually landed on the moon like the first day. I just crashed after that. Like the game crashed. The game refused to let me take over control Bob again. So I haven't touched KSP2 in a while. I know they just got the new patch, so I'm interested to go and check that out. Fuel mules. They said in recent inside Star Citizen, salvage missions will trigger NPCs for salvaging the ships, at least in open space. Yes, they have. The issue, and we know that quantum or tractor beams are designed or are expected, or at least being prepped for release in 3.19, but we don't know about that yet. They are effectively done with it. It's just a matter of, because they're done with the SRV and they're working on some of the other stuff for tractor beams. It sounds very similar to what they were doing with Salvage, where like Salvage had a bunch of things that were done and everyone's like, well, it's not out yet. It's like, it's practically done. We can see it in game. Like they showed it off in game. We'll see tractor beams in game probably this month, if not next month, for an ISC, for them showing it off. So. Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say. Stark's Reality, who says the current size of the game doesn't really facilitate good fuel rat style play. Expect to see a lot more of that with pyro size increase. Yes, and as the universe expands, you'll see a lot of that roadside assistance stuff. That's my job, is to give you hope and then smash it there, Certified Gumbo. Don't worry. I will smash your hopes at the end of this stream when I do my capsule, this is the tentative title. How CIG will probably, in brackets, or how CIG could, in brackets, and probably will, screw up 4.0. Not salt. That's why I was a little late for this stream. I pulled up a bunch of different sources so I can kind of go through systematically and explain why I am fairly sure CIG is in the process of taking 4.0 and breaking it into several patches over a year. You on something? Prank? Yeah. I think a lot of people expect that, but it's important to set expectations because CIG will never do that. And it's not because CIG doesn't want to, it's because CIG doesn't know. And they're going to hope up to the very last minute until someone says, y'all, we should probably tell them what's going on. I'll be really curious where to store all this armor give us. Persistent tabs. That's where we're going to be storing them. We'll focus on my own gameplay loop. Breaking into abandoned ships for legit salvage, checking the cargo, and then selling the location for cheap salvage crews. But we aren't ready. We're not adults. We can't handle the truth. Well, the issue is more, CIG has plans, and the best they can do is tell us their plans, which aren't always true. And that's the always thing to emphasize is that CIG's plans aren't always correct. They won't always come into existence. But that's the whole point of CIG being transparent, is telling us everything they know. So when you see people be like, well, CIG obviously knew, and the answer is, I'm going to stop you right there. They didn't. CIG only knows as much as they know, and what they know, they tell us almost instantaneously. Between monthly reports, ISCs, dev updates on Spectrum, SCLs, CIG is not quiet about development. They are very loud about development. It's just the community doesn't know where to look, because the only places they see it is ISC or SCL, if they're lucky. I can imagine that most of the community, I'm gonna go on a limb, most of the community doesn't even watch ISC. I believe most of the community gets their information from emails, from the newsletters that CIG sends out. Because most of the community doesn't play Star Citizen or follow the development. They only come in when the major patches come out. Did we get a train going? Oh, we did. I didn't see that. Oh, DM Chang, thanks so much for that Prime sub. I didn't see that. Sorry. I'm not that. I'm much better at this usually. Aimless. It's just because I don't have all the updates probably. Thank you so much for that subscription. What did we get? I didn't see. Of course, Azkabar comes in and drops a 5 sub, and I didn't see anything. Ugh. I need to update this really badly. Thank you all. That awesome support. You expect me to read and email? That's asking a lot. Yeah. Mecha, they're Nashio. We're actually partnered with Macarena, who do it's a free-to-play online kind of PvP game. If you played Mech Warrior games, it's like that, but super slimmed down. But it's a freemium game, so you play for free. There are things you can pay for, but it's a really fun game. I haven't spent a dime on it. A lot of my fans who've been playing it haven't spent a dime on it and really enjoy it. And I'm partnered with them for this entire week. So ! Mech in chat. If you sign up with that link, I get a little bonus. So if I get 50 people to do that, and we're currently at 42. Hey, so I only need 8. Yeah, 8 more people to download and try the game, get through the demo, get through the tutorial, and I will get a little bonus. So it's a great way of helping out the stream if you want to support us financially and don't have the ability to. Most people I've interacted with in Spectrum barely see the ISC or the dev blogs. And I think even less people actually follow people like Super Mac and Board and Mike or Tomato or Inforunners or myself. Any people who cover Star Citizen news in any extent, we are tiny, even compared to the official Star Citizen accounts. And the official Star Citizen accounts, like, so I'm looking at the meshing. This is part of my thing for later. The meshing video that they released with Inside Star Citizen. Server meshing being one of the most hotly anticipated things in Star Citizen. This was a month ago, so before all the drama with 318, and it has 67,000 views. I'm looking at its peak. It peaked at about the first day. It got about a little over 50,000 views, and has garnered about 17,000 views very slowly over time. So that tells me that there's only about 50,000 people who pay attention to the Star Citizen to ISC. We know that there's 1.8 million people who have an account. Minimum 1.8 million people who have a Star Citizen account and have an actual ship. Let's just say 50% of those people actually are in the game and playing it. Let's just be even more generous. Let's say only 30% of those people. So let me do the math real quickly, because I'm sure that's much higher than that number. All right, so we've got... So that's what, 500 and a little over 500,000 active people in the community. Maybe not playing, but active in the game. Active in the game, like doing stuff in there. That's still not even like a fifth of the people who are watching that. So up there now free. They brought 5 Auroras. Tried shooting them, shooting me. Then A2 showed up and just bombed me and killed the other 2. But at least I'm free. I may be dead, but I am free. Yeah, I've had merch for a while. I don't plug it a lot. I need to update a little bit of it with the new logo and stuff like that. But I'll plug more of that merch. 540K. I'd say that was what my math turned out to be as well. And I think that's a reasonable expectation. 30% of your community is active at any given time, either kind of casually following the game, playing the game, or somehow interacting with it. Maybe lower than that, but even 10% of that is... $180,000. So half of the people who are half of 10% of the community actually saw this, not even half, actually saw this video, one of the more important videos that's been out there. So again, the actual community of Star Citizen is, I would say, hardcore who play the game and follow it, probably less than 30,000 people. Which is still a lot of people. Don't get me wrong. Many games would kill to have that active community. But, like, that's a tiny portion compared to the whole game universe, so... So I guess an estimate of 100 to 200K alts is reasonable. There's 180,000 or 1.8 million people who have a paid account though. 220,000 of which can't get in game. Get game. Sorry, mate. You should say all of them can't get into the game. Let's hope 318 fixes some of those issues. Hey, Waffle. Fixes some of the issues. It's another Friday patch drop, so if it doesn't... It's not coming out on Friday, y'all. Unless someone has a link to prove otherwise, 318.1 is not coming out Friday. Last I heard, someone said earlier that it was going to be Monday. That sounds about right. Earliest Monday. I've had such a hard time getting into SC this week. It's been about the most frustrating thing in a long time, especially for content creators, I can imagine so. So the Diablo thing makes sense. You're a mod, Darsh. What is Escobar doing? Currently taking some time off from playing Star Citizen myself. I haven't been steady since 3.16. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people though. $10 gift subs? Oh shit, there we go. Thank you. Escobar's like, man, I'm taking a break. Here's, have some money, kid. Thank you, Escobar. You are a mad lad as always. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on Monday. I would say probably Tuesday or Wednesday would probably be a better guess of next week. I can't get in now, so here I am hanging out with you. Well, welcome. Well, thank you for hanging out. Sorry about everything. Hey, Smartmore. I promise that it will be entertaining. It may not be as entertaining as Star Citizen, but it'll be less buggy. So, with that, let's get started with the ISC.
Hey, before we get on to the normal business of Inside Star Citizen this week, we wanted to take a moment and recognize and acknowledge what's currently happening with the live gameplay experience. Obviously, anyone that's been following the project for any period of time knows that running a live gameplay environment throughout the process of development is an unusual, sometimes trying, but often rewarding experience. But it's not just the tremendous work of our developers that make this possible. It's also the continuing commitment of you, our players, that allow us to test things at scale. Because it's often easy to forget that with the hype and excitement of a new release, that every level of Star Citizen is a development and testing platform, even the live alpha. Now, even knowing that the launch of Alpha 3.18 was going to be rougher than normal, I think it's fair and safe to say that we were all hoping for a somewhat smoother experience than the one that you have been finding the last week. Now, while I'm going to continue pointing you to the amazing efforts of our platform team, the player experience team, and especially the community team in updating you on the continuing progress through the website and socials, because quite frankly, they're far more plugged into those things than I am and will have much better information than I ever will. We did feel it was important to acknowledge the current state of things at the top of this show, whose story was set weeks and months before. I said it on SCO, and I'll say it again here. We don't just share in the victories with each and every one of you. We're often right there with you with the same thoughts and the same feelings about our disappointments. We're sorry for the rough launch, but I hope you can see the determination and the dedication of those people working to improve things in the improvements that are being made each and every day this week, and will continue until we get things where we want them to be. So with that said, let's get started with this week's show.
I thought Jared was responsible for all of this. That's what Reddit told me. I showed it off on Tuesday. The absolute lunacy. Someone on Reddit was like, I haven't been following Star Citizens for 3 years, and I come back and Jared's still community manager and blah 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 blah. It was like this unhinged rant that was trying to sound reasonable, but it was like, sir, how many drugs are you on, and can I have some? That is some serious shit you're on that I need to have. But yeah, so this like I said it earlier, this is pretty unprecedented. CIG doesn't apologize. And anyone who's been around the project for any like extended length of time, they don't do the, we're sorry. They don't do that. Like, they almost never own up to their own issues. They, spin it off and do other things. Or they'll try to explain why it went wrong. This is one of the first times they've actually, multiple times in multiple locations, said, yo, we fucked up, but we're trying, we fucked up, please bear with us. Which is nice. Like, this is a behavior we want to see from CIG. Because if we had this behavior, we wouldn't have nearly as much salt and problems that we have in the community with people who are just overly negative. Because if CIG says, hey, we're sorry, we'll fix it, and then they fix it, which I'm sure they will with 3.18.1, I'm sure most of these bigger issues will be fixed. Maybe not everything. It will go a long way for people being like, oh, so they apologized and they fixed it. So we know that they'll do it. But see, actually growing up, I'm so proud. Do you think someone got fired? No. Why would anyone get fired? CIG, I mean, Jared even just said that the answer is that CIG reached the limit of what they could find out from PTU because a small portion of the community actually plays PTU. That has always been the case. And as a result, I 100% expect 4.0 to be as bad of a launch. Like, not even a question. If you are planning, if the CIG says 4.0 is coming out on March 4th, 2024, do not plan to do anything with Star Citizen for a month because it's going to be as bad, because there's just some things you can't do internally or with PTU because people refuse to get onto the PTU because they either don't have the space for it. They don't want to do it because it's not really, you don't earn anything from it. And there's just like not a lot of incentive for people to go on. And while there may be multiple ways of incentivizing people, I think that the typical thing that people say is, well, give them something for doing it. The answer is, I have like an ungodly list of shit that I have from CIG as thank yous for being a backer. Like, not even like talking about the stuff CIG will give me just for giveaways, which they do pretty routinely. Let's say at least once a quarter, which is, again, thank you CIG for that. It helps out a lot. But like anyone who's been in the backer as long as I have has a hanger full of junk that they'll never use. Plus, I'm a subscriber, not because I really want the perks, but because I read Jump Point and all the lore and stuff in that. Hey, C Daddy. So, like, I wouldn't, like, it'd be hard for me to see people be incentivized to do things and not try to find a weasel way of doing it and getting credit for it without actually doing it. Which reminds me of, like, they did that something similar with the Van Duel mask. The original way you got the Van Duel mask was you had to kill like 30 people. And so a lot of people just got together, lined up with like in front of an Avenger, and someone just spun the cannon and killed every single person in that line so they could get their Van Duel masks. It's like, that wasn't the spirit of the challenge, but people found a way around it, and people will still do the same thing with anything for PTU. So, you know, 50 unique PvP kills, yeah. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The unstowed 2039 entries, was it logged in PTU in January with over 200 upvotes? Yes. And CIG has fixed the NPCs standing on chairs at least 17 times in development. Just because a bug has been logged doesn't mean it hasn't been fixed, because it was fixed in PTU, that issue, and then it came back. These things can happen. It's just what happens in a game development. And I can guarantee you that issue with 2391 entities is going to come back again, probably in 319. Like, there are bugs in games that have existed for decades that have never been fixed. It's just how it is. Things pop up every so often.
Since the launch of the Persistent Universe in December 2015, mission gameplay has been at the center of the Star Citizen experience. Whether that's doing someone a favor and investigating a few ICC probes, delivering an important package from one planet to the next, or infiltrating a gang of would-be ne'er-do-wells and
could it be possible they've started holding their devs accountable with this? Like someone pushed it out with to weed out devs that weren't doing their job? No. that is preposterous. The NPCs were the worst I've seen today in a long time. All the stores were broken. Backend services are busted. Like all of the back-end services don't work. That's the reason why it takes forever to load to see your inventory. It's why you can't pull your ships out. It's the back-end services talking to the game, and this was going to happen. Even if you could log into the game, this was always going to be a case. There was always going to be issues like that. And they'll get fixed eventually. But again, like y'all think this is bad. Wait till 4.0 comes out. That is a fundamental shift in architecture, which will break everything again.
Efforts to keep Stanton safe, missions often push players forward into areas they might not otherwise have discovered and pull them deep into the scandalous underbelly of the star system. And over the years, through the work of the mission feature team, missions have continued to evolve into a modular system that allows for designers anywhere in any studio to create missions not in the weeks and months of 2015, but in the mere
game servers are running fine, but when it needs to pull data from the database, that communication layer is having major issues. So that's why it's taking forever to load ships, purchase items, all that. Yeah, that's effectively it. And this isn't new. This is something that we saw in PTU. In fact, when the game first released in PTU, this was the same issue. I said it back then, and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter if this was released in December or today. We would have seen the same issues. It's just a matter of scale. I'm sure, at least I hope, CIG has a little bit like more information to kind of dial in the problems now than they would have if they'd released it, just dropped it to live servers in December and then came back after holidays and tried to fix it. But like, it's pretty much the same. And the same thing's going to happen. We're going to see the same issues. Like 4.0 is going to come out into PTU, and it's going to be hot garbage. It will barely work, and most people will be really frustrated with it. And then it'll stay a long time in PTU, and it'll get to release, and all those same issues that happened in the very beginning will pop up again. It's a scale issue. It's an issue of how many players you have and trying to figure out how many entities and all that kind of stuff. Because it's not just like the servers. It's a bunch of other different issues they have to figure out, which they can't do until they get those people in there. So
days of 2023. So on this week's Inside Star Citizen, let's learn a bit more about how that modular system works, the technical complexities that make it possible, and take a peek at some of the new modules currently in development for Alpha 3.19 and beyond. Go ahead, you can do it.
I can do it?
Missions matter. No, missions modules. Elliot Maltby.
Missions
modules,
do
matter.
You're at scene 5.
Mission modules. Lars, scene 5.
Okay.
Always wanted to do that.
This is really good. I'm glad that they've let the editors just go nuts.
At the very beginning, the early days, everyone was just coming up with missions, right?
What we used to have to do is have a bespoke mission for every mission we had.
Someone might have built it to act this way, and then another person might have built it to act this way.
When was the last sprint report on ISC? It felt like we haven't had one in a while. We probably won't see a lot of them until after this current slog of videos comes out. So to give you context, and Jared actually posted this on his Twitter a while back, it can take between like several months and a couple of weeks to produce an episode of ISC. These interviews, let's roll back and see when these interviews were first taken, because it'll say it on the slate. January 2nd, 23. January 3rd. Yeah, so January 3rd of 23, because it's reversed. So, yeah. January 3rd, 2023. That's when this was recorded. So 3 months ago. So as a result, they have to get through a lot of these videos that they're doing now before they do a sprint report. And we'll probably not see it until 3.19 is under development. So is it March 1st? The thing is 23 is the first one. The question is, because it's reversed, Year, month, day. So yeah, March 1st. That's still 2 weeks ago. No one does year, month, day. It's reversed. It's reversed on the camera. But so either it's 2 months or 3 months away, or 2 weeks or 3 months away. But yeah,
5. Always wanted to do that.
so that was released before 318 was released. In fact, let's see when March 1st was. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Okay.
At the very beginning, the early days, everyone was just coming up with missions, right?
What we used to have to do is have a bespoke mission for every mission we had.
Someone might have built it to act this way, and then another person might have built it to act this way, but in a completely different way.
So one person would start like a delivery mission, would have to write it from beginning to end, and then some other person would have write a bounty mission from beginning to end, and then another delivery mission.
And it took 2 weeks of editing before airing because Jared had the apology tacked on. No, usually, yeah, no. So the Jared's sections where he's talking is usually filmed the day before they do it because they usually. So, all right. I am not a professional editor, but I have done enough editing to know it takes time to build your shots. To storyboard, build it out, even in these sort of smaller features, you want to have that featured out. And as you'll see with the B-roll, they really did some time with their B-roll. However, they probably have 3 cameras in the Only Constant set. They can film everything on 3 different angles with Jared talking, even in multiple takes. And I'm sure Jared is good at this, is as good of this as he's ever been. So I'm sure he doesn't do many takes, probably 2 or 3 takes. And but that is a much shorter, quicker pace to just cut, drag, and drop onto a timeline. This part takes a little bit more time. So, it takes time to edit. There's a reason why Chapter 3 of the latest Complete History of Star Citizen lore, the one that just released yesterday, for me, it was 4 months after the last one. Because it took us, even though I had finished recording and writing the episode back in January, it took a long time to get all of the shots needed, to get all those things. And that's just more of an amateur production between me and my editor, who's also got other things he's got to do, not just my videos. And getting it scored and all that kind of stuff. So, and we're working on shoestrings compared to CIG. So that's just kind of how that works. So that's just generally speaking how it works. And we'll probably see, we could even see next week, an episode that was filmed before it goes live. This is all to say sprint reports are likely not going to be seen until we get closer to 319, when they actually, probably at the end of a month or something like that, when they've got a nice little break and such.
Again, from beginning to end. And the problem with that situation was that everyone wrote their scripts differently.
Each mission, while might have similarities,
I'm glad DN Changs.
Every bit of logic was different in some way.
We are a game that constantly evolves, it constantly gets updated, so things break sometimes.
We used to get bugs back, which was like, when we enter the action area for this mission, this happens, but it wouldn't happen on the other one, even though they're functionally doing the same thing.
Everything was built in a different way, and so everything also needed to be fixed individually.
It was a lot of reworking and redoing and over again, and eventually that could not be scaled up anymore.
In a game like Star Citizen.
What they're talking about is what we were talking about earlier. Like, this error, this loaded code error was logged in January. Yeah. And it'll be logged again in March. It'll be logged again in June. Errors pop up all the time. And every time they get better at finding it and squashing it, but it'll always come back. It's just a matter of getting to the point where it just stops showing up.
Citizen, where we really want to populate the entire universe with missions, we can't really.
This is the other reason why they're doing building blocks UI, and the reason why the Copilot stuff, because changing stuff to the pilots and flying would break Copilot applications, and so they'd have to completely redo it. So instead of just redoing all the UI for every ship bespoke per ship, they're doing this building block stuff, which is they're finished with, but now they're kind of focusing on squadrons. So it's kind of how that stuff happens.
Do that. We have to come up.
Is the other head mission guy here? Luke? No, Luke isn't here. But Luke is. At least I didn't see him. Luke, he might be in here
with a different solution.
We don't need all these people working on all these things all over the place if we can have more of a unified approach towards it.
That's where mission modules come in.
So the answer to this, to fix all of those issues, is a more modular system. This is where we identify key functionality between missions and plug them all together and make it all operate under one module. This means that when we get a...
Luke was at CitizenCon. Him and Elliot were the ones talking about investigation missions at CitizenCon. Luke has been part of this project as long as I have been a backer. He's the dude who invented Korea. He's the one who made Korea an actual play space. I think he also built the most recent one, or helped build the most recent one, so, yeah.
Bug, it is likely that every other mission will experience this bug, and we can fix it. So we have modules and submodules and submodules, and there is no end to that. You can keep putting them inside of each other. But on the high level, we have what are called wrapper modules. So some of the different wrapper modules are like delivery missions.
Your typical delivery mission is pick up a box and then deliver the box in another location, which has certain variations.
So we have ones that are called multi-stop, which are essentially, here's 5 boxes, here's the pickup locations, and here's all the drop-off locations. The player can decide in what order they want. There are the linear wrapper module, which is we give you one box and you have to deliver that before we then give you the next box.
Infiltrate and Defend has like various subtypes and different variations that we can use depending on what the mission wants to achieve.
You've got eliminate all missions, or you've got eliminate specific missions, or even an eliminate boss mission where players must neutralize the grunts first, and then afterwards, a boss shows up, and that's the eliminate target.
And those are all the submodules of the Infiltrate and Defend type, and we're still making more. Then there's the bounty hunting modules.
Our bounty missions are quite well known. The most basic version is you accept a contract, it tells you where the bounty is, you travel there and you take it out, which then can be modified in like several variations.
It consists of the synced assassinations. It's the group bounties where you have 3 different bounties at different locations you have to get to and kill. It's the Idris event where you have to go and kill an Idris with potentially multiple people you don't know. And when the ability to capture people comes online, we'll add even more modules to help support this.
So what we're working on now is resource collection missions. That includes salvage and mining missions.
This pretty all basic mission layouts. Effectively, the concept was, and this is something that they've been wanting to do for a while, was build a system framework where they could just plug and play in any location, any kind of mission variation. The eventual goal, and this may have changed, but last we heard, was to take these modules, toss them in a hopper, and then just hit randomize, and whatever popped out could be given to players. So like mission chaining, like a box mission might lead into a recovery mission, which might lead to a bounty mission for specific mission givers. So they can randomize that a little bit more. Or multiple chains along the lines, which is what the 3 box missions were designed for. So. Did you see Snoop was greeted at Glasgow Airport recently? A piper playing his rap beats of his? That's great.
We're even going to be adding classic things like someone wants 40 pieces of wheat and you have to go and find that and bring that back to them. All of these things we're looking into, investigating, hopefully you'll see soon. No, Reddit, that's just an example. We're not actually going to collect wheat.
Can someone clip this for me? You're wrong, Elliot. Right here in 2045, when wheat gets added to the game, and there's a mission that says collect 50 wheat, I will directly show this to you and tell you were wrong.
So let's dive deeper into submodules, and let's use one that looks relatively simple, the delivery module. The delivery module uses a wrapper called the multi-stop delivery.
There we go.
So when that fires, that starts something called the initialized delivery loop. The initialized delivery loop reads parameters that designers give us, say how many boxes they want to be delivered. For this example, let's say 3. So those 3 boxes would start 3 individual round deliveries. Now, a round delivery will care and track the progress of a singular box and its journey from point A to point B. So then after that round delivery has booted up and it has all the information, that then goes, right, now I need to start the first part of it, which is the pickup part. So it starts the pick up or drop off module, which then will check what has the designer specified to me. Does the designer care where this is spawned? Do they want it at a locker? Do they want it at an item port? If they don't, it will choose randomly. So let's say they go, okay, I want it to be picked up from a item port, which is essentially what you know as a shelf. The item is spawned on a shelf and it sits there waiting. When the player interacts with the item and picks it up, it sends a callback back to the pickup or drop off and say, this item has been retrieved. The pickup or drop off goes, my job's complete, let me tell the round delivery. The round delivery then goes, okay, thank you for that information. I can now start the drop off process because the box that I had been told to pick up has been picked up. It will then say, I'm going to boot the pick up or drop off again, but this time it will specify the drop off process. Once
Hey guys, I missed a lot. When's the recap tonight? I'm on the road tonight. Recap. I'm not really going to do any recap today, but
again, taking into account anything that a designer specified if they want it dropped off in a locker or at a shelving unit again. Say this time it's a locker, then what happens is it will boot up a completely different module of the delivery locker. Then that will send the request to the delivery locker and say, hey, delivery locker, you're going to expect X item from X person. The delivery locker then waits. When you put it in the delivery locker will verify that the item is the one that was actually asked for you to be delivered. And then it will once again send an event back up to the pickup or drop off going, hey, I've got the right item. That'll go, cool, thank you. Send that up to the round delivery. The round delivery will go, well, that's my box gone. I've finished. I'm going to send this up to the initialized delivery loop. The initialized delivery loop goes, that's 1 out of 3 now delivered. It will then repeat this process for the other 2 boxes that can be done in any order. Then when that completes all over together, the initialized delivery loop will go, cool, all of my things have been finished. I'm going to send it up to the multi-stop. The multi-stop will then go, that's my mission over. Complete, you get your money, and it's as simple as that. The reason we set this up like this is because it allows us to quickly plug pieces in. For example, the prison mission had to expand on the delivery system to allow you to pick up from a corpse and drop off to a satellite as a sort of upload function. What this means is we didn't have to create another delivery module to do that specific process. We created 2 ending modules of pick up corpse and upload data. Those live at the end. So after the pick up or drop off has run its course, it would just pick those 2, which means we don't have to add specific functionality to the entire module all over. It only has to be at the end.
well, he said here's an overly simplified version of a modular system for delivery missions presented a single interrupted, unrehearsed take. He clearly left a bunch of stuff out. So the system should be considered as simplistic as presented here. No joke. At Star Citizen or at Citizen Con, one of the people who's responsible for PES legitimately sat down and talked to me about like that for like 30 minutes. It was nuts. Yeah, that's basic. That's a basic feature. That's I can simplify it. I can simplify it even further. Have you ever seen a Russian nesting doll? You could, in theory, craft a new Russian nesting doll to sit inside another Russian nesting doll. So if you wanted to have different flavors of the same doll, as long as it has the same proportions, it can be inserted inside whatever doll. And you can do that forever. So as long as it all has the same perspective, the same size, you could always swap out different colors and everything else like that. That's all it is. In a way more simplified form that took me less time. Matryoshka doll, yeah. The best way to explain to people how the fuck works in game reality, as a person who studies cinematography in the university, This is the best approach to explain something complex and technical now while not making it boring. As someone who has studied the theater arts and done lighting in theater, yeah, no one wants to hear fucking color theory. No one wants to know how different colors will affect the human brain. So it's bigger on the inside, yeah. You could then make a Russian nesting doll that holds 2 Russian nesting dolls side by side, and you could only put certain shaped Russian nesting dolls into it. Yes.
Hear about some of the new stuff. So let's talk about salvage modules. The salvage module is currently a singular module, and what we have done is allowed for a bunch of functionality.
The most simple version is you get a contract in your Moby Glass given by a company that has salvage rights. You accept mission in a Moby Glass, and then it's going to give you a piece of salvage, and it says, well, we have a piece of salvage for you, and is located at this Lagrange point.
The player is shown a location where a shipwreck can be found. So they make their way there, and it could be that another NPC is there salvaging already. Or you could have an illegal variant of the mission where you have to go there and salvage everything quickly before another player that has the contract legally shows up.
But there's going to be a timer on screen of whenever the legal owner of that salvage is going to appear, which can end up in enemies arriving because he calls them in. We've made several submodules that allow to work with it. So the first one is spawn ship waves. So it's going to be a wave-based module that allows the designer to define what the waves are like exactly, and then they show up. And another module that we've been making that we're actually quite proud of is a chicken ship module. And that's a ship that shows up and then...
Chicken ship module. Oh, that's cool. I must intimidate Elliot, because Elliot never shows up on any of my streams. The actual answer is that Elliot never shows up in my streams because I'm never streaming when he's awake or not working. Red will make your brain enrage, blue will calm it, and yellow will turn you into an eldritch abomination bent on universal conquest. It's a lot more complicated than that, because each color represents a different type of mood. So if you light certain people or certain characters and certain lights, it can indicate tell your brain that something is how that person is or what that person's intentions are. And each color you can have an entire color theme, which will illustrate what people should be thinking of. A great example of this is some video games will intentionally remove colors from the palette, or only specific types of colors in a certain range, cool or warm, because you also have different like levels of the color. And those will all designed to make you feel a certain way. Like horror games are heavy on blues and greens, especially greens, because greens makes you kind of go a little bit. It makes you feel like it's disgusting, like mold, like that kind of thing. Red can show up a lot, especially in like shooters. You see a lot of like reds because it's more anger, it's more aggression, but it's also more exhilarating, that sort of thing. All of those things, and that's just like a tip of the iceberg. There is entire cinematic theories and theatrical theories on how to properly use color in the right way and how it affects the brain and how it affects your audience.
Is either going to attack you or try to run away, and if you scare it off by either damaging it or...
Didn't you just say no one wants to hear color theory? Yeah, they didn't, but someone tried to simplify it even further.
It's going to try and jump away, and if it does so, then it allows the designer to define what's going to happen then. So the most basic version would be he's going to call in his friends. They come in, and then all of a sudden it's not you and a vulture against another vulture. It's going to be you against a retaliator bomber and 4 arrows, and you're in trouble. Now, the other option is like, okay, if you destroy it, then what happens? So we have the option of like a Carrick arrives because the company is like, well, we haven't heard from Bob in an hour. We're going to send like someone else to do the salvage, but maybe something happened to him. We're going to send something bigger. Or you basically warded off the defenders and you're now safe to salvage at your own leisure.
This kind of modular...
Wish they would stop thinking up new things and make the basics work. It doesn't work like that, Easy Trip. All right, we're going to have this conversation just because we always have to have this conversation a lot, which is Star Citizen is not done. It won't be done for a while. There are still very basic elements which can't be added to the game yet, or haven't been added to the game yet. They will eventually, but those will take time. And part of that process is going to break the game and make the basics not function. CIG could spend a year to make the game work right now as best as they possibly could, but then they're not adding new content to the game. And that new content is needed for them to be able to finish the game, including basic parts like server meshing, like bounty hunting, like mission systems, like NPCs. All of these systems need to be added. And if CIG focuses for a super long time to make this very, very stable, the second they add a new thing, it will break everything anyways. CIG is in a shitty position. They either stop making stuff and polish it, only to break it again, or add new things and still break stuff, which means they don't have as much polish. Normal game development, you would spend years and years and years building a game, testing it internally, getting all the things functioning before it even touches a customer's hand. Most early access games are very much like that, where they're really refined, mostly like finished alphas, kind of early beta stage, where all of the basic components are done. The basic groundwork is done. Star Citizen never had that option. Star Citizen from the very beginning was a crowdfunded game. The whole concept was you get to see every single step of the way. So CIG has to break things, and they're going to fix them to a degree, to the point where they can try to make them work. It's going to take them a little bit of time. I can guarantee you that a lot of these issues that people are having right now will be fixed in a week or two. Maybe not perfectly. Probably still some of these issues that'll pop up, but it'll be much better and you'll be able to play it. But I've heard this so many times that it's just like, this isn't a normal game. And that's one of the reasons why I don't recommend Star Citizen to people. Say, hey, I've heard about this game. Would you recommend it? And I go, no, because most people can't handle that fact. This is not new. Something like this has happened plenty of times before. This is actually not nearly as bad as it was with 2.0 and 3.0, where we got to play the game for like 5 minutes before the servers crashed. So you got zero progression. You got into the game, but you may get out of your bed before the servers crash, sort of situation. So that's just the reality of the game.
Approach will allow other designers to come up with whatever they want when it comes to building missions. There could be a number of possibilities. It is only limited by their imagination. All of these sort of modifiers and options are there to sort of...
That was also not me attacking anyone, by the way. I just want to make that clear. It's just, I've heard it so often that it's like, I understand the frustration. It's just like, and this was filmed 2 weeks ago. So, oh gosh, what is easy for... I'm talking about old things that worked. I can't even buy equipment for my ships. Yes, and that was the reason why that was broken is because of new stuff that was added. And it'll get fixed eventually. But that's how it is.
Allow us to create different types of gameplay or different experiences with very little changing of the logic. It's a lot of just changing different properties on what's called a mission record.
Another mission module that we're working on that hasn't been revealed yet is package extraction. So it's a mission where the Ninetales have taken over another Crusader platform, and they have gotten their hands on some highly valuable Crusader prototype ship components. So Crusader really wants them back before they fall into the wrong hands. And as a result, they put out a contract, and many players all around Crusader are tasked with going to that platform and handing it.
I can agree that if the fix it in a week, it will break something else. I think they throw darts at the board loaded with what they can break and what will piss off the most people. What? You think CIG is intentionally pissing off more people? No. I think you're being overly emotional if that's your take. The reality is that CIG doesn't want to release a game that's broken. They want people to play a game that's fun. It's just the way it is sometimes with new technologies. CIG does their best with fixing what they can. At this point, I can tell you that most of people's problems, things like I can't get my ship, I can't claim my ship, I can't buy things, I can't access my inventory, I can't log into the game. All of these have to deal with back-end issues, which are fucking up because of the new infrastructure that they built with persistent entity streaming, which allows for salvage and other gameplay. Sometimes it works, and when it does, you can see a lot of improvements, but most of the time it's broken right now. And CIG knew this was going to be a case. They released it anyways because they needed to get the stress testing. They have that stress testing, and we can only hope the next couple of weeks they'll fix those issues, improve the gameplay, and let more people into the game. That's just the reality of how it is.
Into the Nine Tails, essentially getting back the prototype ship components before they can be flown off-world.
One thing we've been playing with is that we hooked it up to the bounty modules that already exist. So we would fire a bounty module where the player goes to a location, they kill a ship, and then we kick off a salvage module, all in one mission. So the player goes there, kills the ship, and then instantly their objectives are like, and now harvest it. And then that's the completion of the mission. So at the moment, mining missions are on pause while we wait for resources from other teams, but in the meantime, we will continue to develop salvage missions, mining missions, and the overall scope of resource collection missions. So, you could hopefully see your wildest imagination of resource collecting missions come true. A reasonable expectation of resource collection missions in the future. So the biggest virtue of this is it allows other designers like Guillaume from Montreal or Sam from the EU locations team to go in and be able to piece together their own custom mission.
We just send them, once a mission module is finished, all the questions that they need to fill in for this.
Their designer can go to Dave Fudge, select a mission, modify a few properties that will change the behavior of the mission, whether it's the type of box they're delivering or what enemy they want you to kill. All of these modules are intended to be stitched together in easy ways to be able to create completely new bits of content so that the content expansion can be huge.
And this
Did you
is
see
really
the description? I didn't see that. Must be nice being a big creator in Star Citizen. I'm beginning to have Napoleon syndrome of the whole like I have never been. I take that back. I have been referenced once I've been referenced a couple times, but
easy ways to be able to create completely new bits of content.
We're gonna raid.
So that
Hey,
the
Gray,
content
welcome, buddy.
expansion
Welcome back. How you
can be
doing?
Huge.
And this is really important for when you try to build a game
Let me
of the
go back
scale.
and see if I can see that.
Completely new bits of content so that
All the questions that they need to fill in for this.
their designer can go to Dave Fudge, select a mission, modify a few properties that will change the behavior of the mission, whether it's the type of box they're
Hi, I'm Burks, not Captain, just Burks. I was once known as an ace pilot, was defeated by Salty Mike in a ship combat. Now I just hide in my outpost. Recently my Pico was stolen. I need you to go find it for me. That's a reference. I get that reference because I was in that competition and I was the first one eliminated.
delivering or what enemy they want you to kill. All of these modules are intended to be stitched together in easy ways to be able to create completely new bits of content.
My warehouse had its roof collapse. How close to 2.0 pain is 318? Not nearly as bad. It's just the straight up issue is sometimes you just won't get into the game. Like, you just can't even log in. I wouldn't try to play the game right now. Like it's too frustrating to try to play it. But it's not 2.0. It's not like crash timers where there are people who are getting, like, once you get in, there are people who've had 5-6 hour sessions.
So that the content expansion can be huge.
And this is really important for when you try to build a game of the scale of Star Citizen.
They could build a mission where you go to a location to do an eliminate all, and as you're arriving there's a bounty target in the sky you have to take out first. As you go in and manage to kill them all, they use the item dispenser we use in Jumptown and Korea to spawn an item that when the player picks it up, it then starts a delivery mission.
That's the real win of thinking modularly.
Thinking modularly.
So that was a little look behind the scenes of what we do in the mission feature team.
The mission feature team consists of more than just the people you see here. We have a much bigger team that are building these behind the scenes.
What seems most frustrating is not the broken launch patches, but the bad decision to drop a major patch on Fridays and just before holiday breaks. I mean, I agree that Friday releases is a little bad, but it's not really that bad in terms of us. Like, it would have been bad if they dropped it this Tuesday anyways. It's just the reality of it. It's just better for the people who are making it to not have to worry about it as much. But Yeah, don't worry
to
about
be
it
able
then,
to
Space
bring
Goat.
you
Wait
this
until the next
new
patch.
content, these new functionalities, and also help our designers internally to be able to also deliver the same thing.
This is only a fraction of things we have worked on and are working on. Obviously, as more systems come online, we are going to start making more and more modules. Salvage and mining were the most recent ones, and we've worked on those. Crafting is coming soon.
CIG says, we know it's going to be broke, so why not hold off till Monday when they can work to fix it? Because they had no idea how broke it was going to be. They had hopes that it wasn't going to be this broke.
So we're going to probably make some modules with that.
And we're going to continue to make more and more mission modules and more things for you to play and enjoy.
Thank you very much for letting us tell you what we do. We're hopefully making everything you like. And yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode of Inside Star Citizen.
You won't see. I'm not in the next episode.
I'm not in the next episode.
You just said you are. So,
I'll be right back before we watch the rest of this. Go anywhere. Welcome, everyone. My name is Paul. I've known Gray for a very long time. I'm also Gray. For those of you who haven't been following Gray-Headed Gamer or don't know him, he is an OG of the Star Citizen content creation community. He was the person who figured out what the fuck an SCU was, and is a famous or infamous future hauler in the game. So it's great to have him back, but I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Weapons free, y'all.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment. It was at this moment that he fucked up. He fucked up.
Everybody in his dog calls
It
himself
was at this moment that he knew.
Everybody in his dog calls himself now. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody in his dog calls himself now. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked
Actually
up.
working.
It was at this moment that he knew.
I'm just an
He fucked
old-fashioned
up.
cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned
No, it's not
cowboy.
working, guys. Stop it. I don't know why it's not working. A lot of things aren't working. Oh, no, it might not be working. Hold on 1 second.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Oh, it's working? You can hear it? Awesome. Cool. I'm stopping it now. Yeah, Star Citizen Island. That was the first one. All right, let's get back to this.
what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that modularity is what allows
Oh,
for
you
the work
can't
of
hear
one
it?
mission to be carried over.
You're hearing it on YouTube.
utilized
Okay,
in a
good.
variety of others. That it allows for the relatively quick construction and iteration of missions by designers from all over the globe. That it is ultimately what is allowing us to currently add gameplay quickly and efficiently to new locations like the underground facilities, building interiors, and even the upcoming pyro system. And that new modules are being created along the way, like the salvage and mining parts of resource collection, as well as the investigations we've discussed previously. And just to touch on Alpha 318 once more, the team continues to tackle the troubles that have plagued launch since Friday, and you'll find continuing updates as needed at the robertsspaceindustries.com website. Now, stability has been steadily returning all week, with more and more people being able to connect in and stay in for longer durations after that. And there's been a number of absolutely critical fixes that only became known and necessary thanks to you all showing up and stressing the ever-loving hell out of the new Entity Streaming Foundation for the Persistent Universe in ways that, frankly, we never could on the PTU. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to all the developers who never appear on camera because, frankly, they're just too busy. It's been a frustrating week for everybody, but I'm also really proud to stand here and represent those who are working so hard to do right by the community and this project. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thank you for watching. Keep an eye on the website for all those alpha.
Picotron. I think I get that reference. Hold on. Is that a motherfucking Hey, thank you. Is that a Gundam reference? I want to say it's a Witch from Mercury, but I also want to say that it might be from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Is it a Voltron homage? Is it from the new Voltron? The because it looks like put it over. Because it looks like it's all super like messed up. Like it's like grown over. I remember a mecha like that. Raphtron, yeah, it's Raphtron. It's Raphtron, I know, but it's like it's a mecha reference. I don't know if it's I don't think it's Voltron though. The whole like gangplank doesn't tell that. It might be an Evangelion reference. Hold on. I don't see anything that looks like it. But apparently, Jared, I commented it. Someone found it and I commented it on it. And apparently Jared said, this is 8 in a series this season. I haven't seen anyone collect more than 2 or 3 so far. So it's a Jaeger homage from Pacific Rim. Okay. I'm geeking out of the Starwing, the Starwing on the helmet TV in last week's SCL. Thanks to King of the Hill. Is that a motherfucking JoJo reference?
See you all here next week.
The last time I was in front of a camera, it seemed like really artificial and it was difficult to talk to the camera. It felt like it was just judging me. Whereas with you guys, I feel like I'm more having a conversation. Do you know where mission logic comes from?
No.
Well, the earliest record of logic that we have in our world started with Aristotle, right? He wrote this book that we translate nowadays as The Instrument. And he was preoccupied with stuff like Socrates is mortal. All humans are mortal. Therefore, wait, did I mess that up? I said Socrates is mortal.
No, that's it. You had one chance.
Hear my words. Someday CIG will develop a space farming simulator by 2030. I'm a big fan of all mecha things. I'm glad. I still see there's some R-wing in Lineage and Scorp design. Well, I mean, R-wing was inspired by the X-wing. The Star Fury was inspired by the X-wing. All of those things date back to the X-wing, and Star Citizen's Scorpius is just a reference to the X-wing, and some other way thing. I personally think for really big overhaul tech patches like 3.18, 4.0, we need incentives to get butts in the PTU, even if it's a free skin if you sign on during this, the test session hours. I'd love to see that, but I don't think that'll work. There has to be some way of doing it, but the way to do it has got to be something other than, because people will game the system. Like, people won't play the game, they'll just sign on for like 5 minutes and they'll sign off. They'll have to have some very specific parameters for them to achieve something. Oh yeah, speaking of Mecha, today's sponsor, this week's sponsor, we're sponsored by Macarena, !Mecha in chat. If you sign up with my link code, I get some credit for it. It's a fantastic little free-to-play PvP mecha game. I played it on Sunday, and it had a really fun time. A lot of the pubbers have been playing it, and they really enjoy it. And all you have to do is sign up using that link and get past the tutorial, and I get credit. So even if you're like, it's not really a game for me, you can uninstall it, delete it, move on with your life. I still get credit for it. So if I can get 50 people to sign up and with my code and get to the end, I will get a little bonus. So if you want to financially support the stream, but you haven't had a chance to, or you just don't have the cash to, that's a great way of doing it if you have just a little bit of time. It's pretty fun. A lot of people who have been playing it in the Discord and on in the chat and such have been using it as a step in, like Star Citizen frustrates them. They go off and play some Macarena and enjoy it. So. Yeah, the Great Meat is fantastic. Yeah, there's more than just, like, the main issue with playing in the PTU is that, number one, people don't have the space for it. Number two, there's no progression in it. So there's just no reason to. Unless there's a really hot new feature that everyone wants to try, they probably won't. And a lot of people just don't have time for it. Hey, it's exciting. I'm playing Macarena right now, yeah. Really need people dedicated to finding bugs in PTU most of the time. Once you get to Open PTU, I'll tell you the secret. Open PTU is not really about bug fixing. It is, obviously, for bug reporting is important. But just getting people to sign on and stress test and play is the best option. But we're going to have the same problem with 4.0. Luckily, at least hopefully, I don't think we'll have any problems beyond 4.0 in that kind of sense. Doesn't mean it won't happen. But it happened in 2.0, it happened with 3.0. This is just always destined to happen. Have these sorts of issues with major patches like that. Green Traveling Skin when, Paul? Don't ask me. Will have many testers in PTU just to see Pyro. Yeah, that may be the case. But I don't know. I think that's more of an overestimate. I think you're overestimating the value of Pyro. Yeah, and live is still a test environment. The honest to God answer is that we're not going to have a lot of this stuff figured out, or CIG is not going to have a lot of this stuff. I'm not part of CIG. I say this is the community. That's the community of Star Citizen. We won't have this experience that we really want until at the earliest beta, and that's still minimum 2 years away. Season beta until we get pizza. It's not releasing to that. I'm gonna ask for thanks so much for all those gift subs and hanging out and talking and such like that. Hope to see you back in the universe at some point. I have the Entrepreneur Pack. I'm considering upgrading my Ursa rover to a 315p. Do you think the Ursa rover will be useful or for anything? Is it worth keeping, or should I upgrade to a 315p? Well, why would you want to upgrade it to a 315p? That's the question. Have a good night there, Phantom. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so you just want to use it. I mean, there may be no point in doing that. Just holding on to what you have right now may be the best option. Because what other ships do you have? If you have another ship that's just like a 315p, there's no real reason to upgrade the 315p. If you just have an Ursa hanging around, wait until you find a ship that you really want, or just hold on to the Ursa for right now. I love the 315p. I think it's a fantastic ship. But if you have like a Cutlass, like it's not that much value. Or if you have a Hull A or a Cutter, like a lot of those things are as good. Well, Cutter maybe not, but like those sorts of things will give you that similar sort of gameplay. If you're like, hey, I want to be a smuggler, yes, perfect bingo, absolutely perfect ship for a small ship for a smuggler. If you're more like, I don't know, I'd rather have a, I just want another ship, it's like, you may not want to. Am I excited for Stella Fortuna tomorrow? A little bit. Let me take a look at y'all. Here. This is what I was going to show y'all. This is the next part. This is the other part of Stella Fortuna. The other part of the thing I wanted to talk about. Stella Fortuna. So, Stella Fortuna may be a little behind schedule this year. There's still time to kick back, have a drink, and challenge fate. It was important for us to be sure we could get the servers into a better state before kicking things off. And while there's still more work to be done, we've had a number of improvements go out, and we're seeing many of you now be able to jump on and play. In addition to all Origin-themed promotion, you will see the return of some stock-limited Fortuna ships, which include the Constellation Phoenix Emerald, the highly limited 890 Jump, as well as the Stella Fortuna paints, both new and returning. Catch all the waves in the following times. Wave 1, March 17th at 1600 UTC. Wave 2, March 18th at 0 UTC. And March 18th at 8 UTC. And of course, you can look forward to an exciting community contest to win more details to follow. I don't know how to say that, but tempt fate. That's the term for it, so. With the current status of the game, do you think Pyro 4.0 is further pushed back? No, but I think it was always going to be pushed back. So yeah, so there's Stella Fortuna is back. There was still a question about it because it wasn't mentioned in this week in Star Citizen. So we talked about it earlier this week in the special office hours we did. It's like, hey, it could be canceled, which would have been interesting because of the CIG really recognizing they had problems. But they delayed it, and now it's just instead of happening on Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday, it's happening now on Friday. So. B15 won't great until the coffee pot works. When, CG? When? I got time. Holy shit. That's one of those things I'm just like, what the fuck? Although that ship was mostly done. What was? Oh, kind of different with the Vulture. What's going on? Hint, the ship has to be available to backers who own it first. Oh yeah, CIG doesn't release skins for ships that don't exist yet. Selling Fortuna. We're really interested to see how the tractor beam works in the 315, whether you'll be able to load the cargo underneath the ship with it, or you're going to have to hand tractor beam or be able to move it. I think you'll be able to load it in. They may have to have like a camera mode for it, but it's underneath the ship, so look at the front but underneath, so you should be able to like angle it in properly. I can almost guarantee you that all tractor beams will have cameras on them. Paul, are you picking up the Stella Fortuna skin for your Redeemer? You know, the one that's sitting in your hangers you can't get rid of? No. I hate you, see daddy. He would too. He would just straight up gift me one that's an unmeltable, unupgradable. Can we just get modules for the Caterpillar? I mean, I'd love to see it, but CIG hasn't even sold any modules for the Caterpillar. No, I'm not buying the skins. That's what I mean. I just want to know what they are. CIG won't sell them until they have modularity working. I think CIG is finding modularity really hard. It's not really that it's hard. It's just CIG, it's not a priority. It's kind of like the X1, which, by the way, CIG, it better come with a steak and a blowjob at this point, because that's how long it's been in development. Like, seriously? Things, kind of a ridiculous concept. I'm doing all right, Joseph. How you doing? I will never, ever stop harping on the fact that the X1 is still in development. After selling a ship specifically with a X1 hangar and releasing a shitty, like, hover bike that everyone hates before, that was straight to flyable. The last video I talked about the cat, modules for the cat was over 7 years ago. It was all just concepts. Yeah. Chat would love to thank CIG staff. Chat would love to thank the CIG staff for the skin donations to Paul's account. The Lynx is coming out before the X1. The Lynx is confirmed for 319, Ghost. And the Lynx was never buyable as a standalone ship. It only came with the Phoenix. If the X1 doesn't have some sort of elaborate commercial talking about how it does everything for everyone, I will be upset, CIG. Hey, I like the hover quad. It's not a very good ship. And really, did the hover quad deserve to be out before the X1, though? Yeah, we don't actually know what the Lynx looks like. Max, don't, CIG. Don't give me all the skins, because I'll never use them. Give them to people who will actually use them. I did like, Execute had a good idea, which was to have, like, skin sales specifically for a charity that a streamer, make a skin for a streamer and have sales of those skins go to a specific charity the streamer requests, as a way of supporting streamers in the future, or content creators in the future. Have a skin, every quarter or so. You can't go to content creators, say, hey, we'd love to help you out, help us design a skin, whatever, and then you just choose a charity, and whatever sales of the skin goes to that, some portion of that goes to charity. You got a little thing of doing that. It's a great way of adding, of supporting streamers for our content creators who help the game out a lot. A way of personalizing and kind of getting some of their stuff into the game while also improving the doing something good. Before I am in Germany, I am waking up against my body's will. Hey, Unknown Guardian. Well, you're about to hear me hit the entire audience with a with the least salty rant that I probably will have ever done. You think we'll see ejectable saddlebags this year? No. I think we'll see ejectable saddlebags after 4.0 though. Do you think they're really going to redo the docking collar on the Prospector so it can do ship-to-ship docking like the Hull A can? It's hard to tell. I don't think so. When can we expect escape pods to be working? It's hard. That's even harder because CIG recently did a bunch of things that allowed for things like the docking systems to work, and that was what I'd assumed was what they needed to be able to have ejection like escape pods function. My guess is that they could function, but there's probably other things that they need to do as well, like PES systems, like once you've ejected it, it's ejected, animations for them to eject, and then some sort of survival service, something that would actually make those things function as ships, as independent ships, which is probably not in the cards until post Squadron 42. Hey, Starjump. How you doing? Still waiting for my Ranger TR? Oh, you, Joseph. I can't even explain how much the Ranger is my hype. The Ranger is my hype simply because it is the Akira motorcycle. All right? I just need it. Hey, thank you for finishing up that little that tutorial. We're not 44. 44. So we only need 6 people to sign up for Macarena, who are sponsoring this stuff. It's a fantastic little fun game. It's PvP, free to play, mobile and on PC. You play a little bit of mech. You customize your mechs with different pilots, different equipment, all these sorts of things. And you download it and play it. You get 500 A coins and 75,000. Yeah, 75,000 credits or 7,500. I think 75,000 credits, and a skin if you use that code as well. So you get little extra things, and it's free. So once you get past the tutorial, if you're like, it's not really my game, you can delete it. You'll be fine. It still counts towards my credit. So yeah, and plenty of people in chat will tell you they've been playing for a long time. They haven't spent anything. They're still enjoying it. So you're gonna go watch Mandalorian episode 3. I haven't watched any of the recent Mandalorians, so hope you're well. I'm doing great. But yeah, exclamation point Mecca in chat to get that link. It's a great way of supporting me because if I can get 50 people to try it before Sunday, then I can I'll get a little bit of a bonus. So it's a great way of supporting the channel financially if you have no other way of doing so. Dude, Mando is so good in season 3. I've heard that the first episode was kind of bad, but it may be because a lot of people who I saw watching were like, "Wait, why is the little Yoda back with Mando? Why is what's going on?" I need to go watch your last history of Star Citizen. It was looking amazing, but I was interrupted by humans. Okay, so this is going to sound like I'm promoting you to rewatch all my other stuff. I'm really not, but the whole series is designed for you to have watched episode 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then 6, and then so on and so forth. Eventually, I will put together a entire history of Star Citizen that is from beginning to end in one video, and it's going to blow up Uriah's hard drive because it'll be 10 hours long. I'm not even joking about that. I right now am writing episode 4, chapter 4 of the complete history of Star Citizen lore. And I'm trying to go from the end of the 25th century to the beginning of the Tavaran War. I have gotten to the discovery of Oratani. I'll show y'all because I still have it up in the background right now. I have 5 pages. Each page is 2 minutes. This is already 10 minutes long, and I haven't even finished. I just finished the fate of Oratani. I haven't even talked about Koramor yet. Like, these are the tabs. I don't know if you can see all the tabs. Is it not showing you all the tabs? Doing that. I have... I'm just going through. This is all stuff that I have to get through. I'm not even done yet. Oh. And you do this for fun. Yeah. Looks like a pretty significant chunk of work. Last time I had that many distant open, I was writing a dissertation. Ugh. So I may only be able to get to the founding of the UPE. That's what I'm looking at right now. The founding of the UPE. What do you think the earliest we'll see NPC crews for us lonely citizens who don't have constant friends? End of next year would be my guess. And I'm not trying to, like, I guess that's why you're a real history teacher. I can't wait for all this lore to come out in game, come into the game, and it will make it feel so much more alive. Yeah, it's definitely, I'm looking forward to that as well. But it's I do this because I like to. It's fun, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, woe is me. It's more of just kind of give you the context of, like, that's how much work goes into it. Which is why it takes me days. If I just said, like, I should probably get this entire episode, this entire thing, script written tomorrow if I sat down and really crunched it out. But it would end up being about 20 to 30 pages long. Just, you know, not that hard. 10 pages a day is what some writers do on a regular basis. But it's dense work because it's cross-referencing, writing, tying it into all the other content that's being done. So no capes. Do you think there'd be more NPC crews than human crew members? Probably. I mean, there's more NPCs than humans. I think the optimal scenario is for people, especially with larger ships, to have a human crewed, like a player crewed ship, in that all of the major senior positions of that crew are done by players. So you have a chief engineer, chief navigator, or pilot, maybe both, the same thing, comms officer, weapons officer, captain, all those major roles, like 5 or 6 major roles. And then you have NPCs fill the rest of those roles. And the goal of those chief officers is to order the NPCs to do specific tasks. That way the captain is talking to actual people who can then direct the actual NPCs. Because the problem comes, when we're talking about NPC stuff, the problem comes down to the lag between you giving an order and having the NPC do that. Because an NPC is not going to do anything unless you tell it to do so. And there may be ways you can set it to idle or do other things like that, or, hey, when this happens, if-then sort of situations. But that's not going to be reliable, and there will always be a lag if there's a certain situation's going to happen. So my friend seems to think that we can crew a full Javelin with humans plus the Orion. I think she's crazy. You might be able to. I think there's plenty of people who will be crew members on ships. Because I think CIG, at least I hope CIG is good enough to be able to make multi-crew gameplay fun. I just want to yell at Scotty. I don't think everyone wants to be captain. I think there's a lot of people who think they want to be captain, but then we'll find out pretty quickly they don't want to be captain. There's plenty of people who own multiple ships who will figure out that they don't want the responsibility of being captain. Like, I'd be happy being a weapons officer or a engineer or just a comms guy. So I don't want to be a manager. The fuck you think I want to be a captain? I want to be an Amos from The Expanse. Yeah. Someone who fixes ships and then shoots holes through people. That's a great example. Especially once they figure out the actual difficulty of playing Star Citizen with larger ships and how much money it's going to cost. CIG has constantly said, and I mean constantly, said to the point that players will cry when they see how much money it costs to take out an Idris. Just to undock an Idris and fly it around will cost an enormous amount of money just to be able to operate. Most people will not pull out those big ships unless they are backed by organizations or are very independently wealthy. I'll accept that. Paul, gay, Aurora Shelley. Queer, but yeah, queer work. any word on any Free Flight or Stella? Yeah, Stella is coming out tomorrow. They're doing waves. So tomorrow, 1700 UTC for the limited ships. Then March 18th, 0 UTC, and then March 17th or March 18th at like 8 UTC, 8 a.m. Did you get banned? I don't know why you get banned. The automod may have caught something. I'm not seeing anything. You mentioned earlier, you messaged me on Discord. You shouldn't be banned. You should be able to see Discord. What's that in God's time zone? 1700 UTC is... I want to say that's 5 p.m. UTC, which means that's noon Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay. So no soloing and Orion. Want to see a sneak peek? Fly a Carrack or Herc up from New Babbage to Port Tressler and back, then pay for refueling. Would like to see a mode of a capital ship versus capital ship arena commander. I'd love to see something like that, yes. Honestly, I'd love to see a arena commander mission set where you start off in like bunks and then have to go down, spawn your ship, and then fly that ship to complete an objective. Something that's more representation, like more representative of an actual, of like playing the game Star Citizen. Because with like massive distances, like 2 planets across from another, 2 stations, players spawn in those stations and then have to go achieve a mission. Thank you, Nomadic. I want to see an arena commander mode where objective is to disable and capture an enemy capital ship. That'd be cool too. That was an early idea that they had, where for disabling, called capture the interest mode. All right, I'm gonna make it less painful for you, chat. Hey, Ghost. So, oh yeah, you didn't see that earlier, Ghost. So yeah, Ghost, we're sponsored by Macarena, free to play PvP online game, where if you download it and play it through the tutorial, I actually get a little credit for it. It's a pretty fun game. A lot of people in chat will tell you that. But if I get 50 people to sign up, I get a little bonus. I'm currently at 44, so I just need 6 more people to sign up and get through the tutorial. And if you enjoy it, keep playing it. It's great. You get little bonuses. You get 500 A coins and 75,000 credits, plus a free skin when you sign up using that code, which will be !mecha. You get that link. But if you don't, you can delete it and you'll be fine. And I still get credit as long as you go through the tutorial. So you play it on Rick? Awesome. Joke. Time zones. Time zone? We don't need no fancy time zone, and your fancy 1,600 hours is too damn long. Ricky gets a chainsaw. Will we have a binary star system like the star system having two suns? Yes, there is actually one. It's called Baker, the Baker system, which is actually one of the systems that is going to be the next Fleet History Star System lore, I think. Baker system. Baker system is two suns. I think is one other system that has two suns, but that's the most famous one, is the Baker system. The tutorial is actually fun because they want you to like the game and play it. It's not too different from the actual players, too. Like, the AI is pretty derpy, but players aren't that much better. What'd you miss? So what you missed was, we talked about, we watched ISC, we talked about Stella Fortuna, that's coming out, that stuff. Squadron 42 will show how many systems. To the best of my knowledge, we may see more or less, but last time I checked, all right, y'all. I'll be right back. I've turned the sound alerts on. YouTube, mute yourself until I come back. When I come back,
weapons free, y'all.
I'll mute it again. But it's gonna get noisy here.
I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot. Fly. I'm pilot. Fly.
Bounty hunting is
I'm pilot. Good news, everyone. I'm fly.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody in his dog
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody in his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Swear to God,
bounty hunting is a
take this away from these folks for like a day and they just lose it all. There is actually a chat system for Fishy. It's just it's all text chat and it's kind of weird on the side. So what's occurring with Stella Fortuna? It's happening tomorrow. The rare ship drop the rare ship sales is starting at 1700 UTC or 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Chat, are you okay? Penguin Lord, this is what chat does when I leave. This has become the tradition. When I leave to go use the restroom or get some water or go to check on my wife or just to stretch my legs, chat will spam the hell out of those audios. How much would an 890 jump paint cost? Pretty hefty though. Oh, it has. I didn't know if it didn't exist in match, but damn, I meant what is occurring with Stella Fortuna chip sales. Now, I long for the day when Stella Fortuna is celebrated in game. Because for those of you who don't know, Stella Fortuna is the first interplanetary holiday of humanity in the lore of Star Citizen. It specifically celebrates the colonization and terraformation of Mars. which occurred around the same time as around March 15th. And its first actual celebration was at the closest approach, that Mars's closest approach to the Earth, which also occurred on March 15th of that year. And it was a infrequent holiday that was celebrated every 2 years during the closest approach between Mars and Earth, where they would have carnivals and games and celebrations on both Earth and Mars as a big celebration of the first settlers who had colonized Mars. Since then, it's become a symbol of good luck. So people get married on Stella Fortuna. They start businesses on Stella Fortuna. And it was officially recognized by the Mezzers as a yearly holiday in the 26th century. So it was actually founded in like the 24th century, maybe even earlier than that. I think it was pre-Jump Point days. But it's still celebrated today for the same reason. So, the first episode of Mando is a lot of setup. I feel like it holds better with the second taken along with it. Okay. Need to reminder to not sleep since launching this Fortuna sales. Remember not to sleep. All right, you're in charge of those, aren't you, C Daddy? I found out today while doing research for the next episode of Complete History of Star Citizen Lore that Ivor Mezzer was born the same year that Terra was discovered. The same year. We take turns. You are tomorrow? Okay. It's like noon your time, though, isn't it? See, Daddy? Is that irony? I feel like it's poetry. It rhymes. 11 a.m.? Okay. They also raise shrines to the Oracle Mare Shelley on Stella Fortuna. The chat or the community my community has long dubbed me Lorstradamus for these stupid predictions I make. I've intentionally made a prediction which I'm pretty sure is going to fail, but I don't care, which is I believe that this is the year for Theaters of War. I think this is the year we'll finally get Theaters of War. Any updates from Old Man Hurston about the Cat Citizen program? Nothing yet, sadly. I too wait for a time the actual holiday is celebrated in game with activities and players partake in. Yes, that's really what we're hoping for. I'd love to have a little carnival games and stuff like that added to the game for celebrations for those things. That'd be nice. They're not always right, but they're always entertaining. Yep, Theaters of War. The reason why I continue to make that prediction is because, as I continue to say, do not sleep on the Arena Commander team. They are doing stuff. And I have a feeling that because they have Sean the Criminal Tracy, by the way, that's his handle, the Criminal, they have a lot of free reign. And we're going to see them just go absolute ham. Because they're not tied to the PU or Squadron 42. They answer to no one but Sean. What exactly is Arena Commander? So, Arena Commander in lore is a video game. So it's a video game inside the universe of Star Citizen. And that represents the actual reality of what Arena Commander is for us. It is a simulation for the universe. So there are 2 modes for Arena Commander, or 3 modes. There's FPS, which is called Star Marine. There's Racing, which is called Murray Cup. And then there is Arena Commander, which is kind of a PvP dogfighting thing. You have a couple of maps for each mode you can do. They each have different things, like there's different... there's different scenarios and such. Oh, oof. Oof. You have to get some water before we start. Oh, I didn't see this. Someone said, I find it odd that there's only... There's only one star system. I guess what they're saying was only one binary star system. Yes, CIG knows that binary and trinary stars are much more common than solo stars. But for gameplay purposes, they wanted to stick with single stars because it looks better. It's easier for them to code. And they could easily do some hand wavium as like saying, jump points, baby. They don't get to choose where they go. They just go where the jump points take them. You good? All good? My throat dies after talking in the same way for like hours. So I just got to get some water. I'll be back. Chat, behave. If you're on YouTube, mute yourself.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Drugs. 2 words. Distress bacon. Drugs. 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 Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Drugs. 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 Drugs.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Drugs. Drugs. 2 words. Drugs. Distress bacon. Drugs. 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 Drugs.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Drugs. Distress
One's over. Paul, when do you think there'd be 318.1? Next week. Probably next Wednesday. I do think we'll get a 318.2 before 319, but I don't think it'll be much, but just kind of more updates. Good news, everyone. Yeah. I hope they have an old-school arcade room in all major cities where you can plug yourself into the Matrix and play the game roads like Arena Commander. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I think eventually you won't be able to get into Arena Commander unless you go into the game, or you'll just also be able to access Arena Commander from inside the PU. See, I was right that 318 will be out March 24th. What does Lorstradamus say about soft wipe? Unclear. I have no idea. That's the sort of thing I have is beyond my abilities for predictions. Most of my predictions come from historical data or historical trends that I noticed that CIG does, and understanding a little bit more about like how things are paced and such. A lot of it is just guesswork. Simpods was the plan, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a full wipe, just because it just would make things a lot easier, since a lot of people haven't even been able to get into the game. So. And if the intention was for CIG to do a hard wipe in terms of like really setting everything straight, then we'll get a hard wipe. If it's just more of a, hey, we had to wipe because the back-end servers are completely gone, then I don't think we'll see a wipe. Hopefully a lot of PvP peanuts go there, because I get tired of people using the excuse for piracy just to killing people with no rhyme or reason. Soon enough, even with 3.18, you can be you can pirate NPCs in 3.18. I kid you not. You can pirate. You will be able to pirate NPCs in 3.18. How? Well, if you stick around long enough in certain areas, caterpillars will spawn. Those caterpillars are civilian caterpillars, and they be attacked by pirates. You can kill the pirates and then disable the caterpillar, and then board them and take their stuff. Full cargo? Probably not full cargo, but partial cargo. Yeah, and you're right. Ash Rackham's right. They're valuable. If you can attack them, then you can salvage them as well. Did they do a full wipe? Because I know that all of that stuff in 3.18, all of this game stuff, plus items I had, plus a fair whack of AUEC disappeared with 3.18. They're supposed to have done a full wipe with 3.18, yes. Piracy is a lot of waiting. That's what piracy is. I showed Discord some pics of a Drake caterpillar I ravaged for cargo. How much money did you get out of it, Zal? $30K worth of cargo is not bad for one thing. If you had a couple people, a crew of like 2 or 3 people, one with like a cutlass or a freelancer, and just transferred all that cargo over, that's money. that's some money. Music got really loud? Shouldn't be. Music should be about the same level. Turn down a little bit. Hey, Fairasalt. Hey, welcome everyone from Ferrostream. My name's Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley. Welcome to the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Defend to offend. We don't defend anything. We just give people beers. Here. You bring the party, I give you beers. Fortune-hour day complete. Have fun, Paul. It's sleepy time. Have a good night there, Space Goat. Thanks for hanging out. We're actually sponsored by Macarena, so it should pop up. It may take a bit for it to respond. But, yeah, we're doing Macarena. Why is it not popping up? There it goes. Oh, I wasn't doing for you there, Mecca. Or for you, Fairasalt. No, I think you're talking about the music here for right now. Yeah, we're actually sponsored by Macarena all this week. Macarena is a free-to-play PvP not MMO, PvP arena game where you get mechs, you fight other players with mechs, and you win matches. And as you win matches or lose matches, you get points and upgrades and all sorts of little fun things like that. It's a really fun game, really simple formula, really easy to play and have fun with. If you've played games like Mech Warrior and stuff like that, it's like a simplified version of that. They sponsored us for this entire week. And if I get 50 people to sign up for it and get through the tutorial, I get a little bit of a bonus. And so if you want to support the channel financially, it's a great way of doing it without spending a dime. In fact, all you have to do is download the game, play it, get to the tutorial, and if you don't like it, you can uninstall it. But as chat will attest, you have fun with the game. I still play the game, and, you know, I'll probably play it well after I'm done with the sponsorship. It's that good. So. It's a good game. It's just. Oh, you're talking to Chimp Austin. No nonsense. Yeah. Chat does a test. Yeah. Speaking of 30K, I experienced my first one in 318 earlier this evening on EU server. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard a lot about 30Ks, and I assume that's just because most people can't even get into the game. So 30Ks aren't much of a problem. Yeah, all you gotta do is download it, play it using that link in the description. From that, you actually get 500 A coins, 75,000 credits, and skin, like a free skin for downloading it. If you enjoy it and keep playing it. But if you use that link, you download it, and you play it through the tutorial, I get credit for it. So. See, actually, they can't have 30Ks if they can't even log in. Should give everyone a bonus 30K for an apology? No, fair assault. They should give everyone a t-shirt that said, I survived 318. In game. Just a t-shirt that says, I played 318 and all I got was and then a list of the error codes or something like that. Something that's really, really corny like that. People would love that. Hey, new son. Hey, new soul. How you doing? The Fisher's right. Do not spend your coins in the last slot for a mecha. Requires 625. You do get A coins for doing a bunch of other stuff as well, so don't spend all of them. And the only way you can acquire A coins is through events and like dailies and weeklies, and you can earn. You can pay for them, but you don't have to. I'm so entitled. I 1904. All I got was garbled text. Never got that shirt for 2.0. I wish we would have had those shirts for 2.0. All's going well, though. You're here at New Soul. We're just talking about Chapter 4, which I'm currently 5 pages into for the next episode of Complete History of Star Citizen Lore. And I was talking about how I'm 5 pages in, and I just got through the Ortani jump point collapse. So I haven't even done Koromor yet. And that's 2485. My goal is to get to 2530. Well, not 2530, 2542, 41, which is the start of the First Tavaran War. And I'm 5 pages in. I still have to get through the Idris Systems discovery, the formation of the UPE, the UEC riots, the building and testing of the Perseus, the first contact with or I have to go through the Basilisk Arms Foundation, Aegis Dynamics' foundation, What else am I thinking? Multiple systems, the Hurstons, and their further rise to power. It's nuts how much I have to do. And this is a time period from 2485 to 2541. It's about a little over 50 years, and it's going to be 40 minutes. Pretty nuts. Dude, when you told me Tavaran were Japanese and North African, my mind was like, okay, I love this, because Pop's favorite music is the guzhang. What is the guzhang? I've looked that up. Oh, yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's like it's the thing that you put on your lap and you play with, like, kind of like a guitar-ish sort of thing. Question: I upgraded my Consolidated Outland Nomad to a whole A, which I'm happy with. But what is with the Anvil Arrow I seem to own? So if you have a non-combat ship that doesn't have an arena commander ship, they give you a free ship to use an arena commander. So if you have a Hull A or any like a reclaimer, you actually get a fighter as well. Yeah, the general vibe of the aliens is the Banu are kind of like heavily inspired by the like Arabians, like the Saudi Arabia area, UAE. The Tavaran are like from thematically Japanese, and the Xi'an are thematically Persian, or like they're actually a allegory for the Carthaginians, but they're much more like the Japanese in terms of the Bushido culture and such. And the Xi'an are an allegory for the Persians, but they're very similar in terms of culture to the Chinese, like ancient China. So I said Macarena is kind of fun. I was surprised about how fun it was as well. That's a bit of a stereotype there, Darth. But it's Bedouin traders is the way I like to put it. It's that kind of the nomadic traders who lived in the area. So you're sort of right. It's that kind of the people of the Middle East who were the exchange between the Far East, Persia, and well, not Persia, but like China and India, and the West with the like Persia and, well, specifically the Roman Empire. The Vandul are a steppe people. They're based off of the Vandals and the Goths. And the Angles, the Saxons, so they're like a Germanic steppe people. So think modern day Ukraine, and like Belarus and Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, those areas. This is what those people are based off of. The Levant Phoenicians, the Levantines. Of course, the Germans are the bad guys again. It's based off of the fall of Rome, so that's just kind of how it happens. You're talking about mostly nomadic tribes that inhabited the regions along the Silk Road. Yeah, effectively. That's what the Banu. That's what the Banu themselves are so decentralized, because they're based off of the various different tribes and nomadic traders that existed. That was the original inspiration. It's important to remember that the original inspiration is different from the eventual reality. So, like, the Banu started as that. They've kind of evolved into their own unique culture, but with that as its kind of core idea. Like the Xi'an being Persians, probably no one would call them Persians. Most people take a look at the Xi'an and look at the name and go, they're Chinese, which they are, kind of. They're much more, like, historically speaking, or like, and as an allegory, they're much more like the Persians, the rival empire against Rome that was constantly threatening them and sort of mysterious and not quite there. They all did trade as well as fight amongst themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if the Banu did that themselves. The Banu have no real qualms with fighting amongst each other. They have no qualms of abducting people and putting them in slavery in their own way. But yeah. Pretty big province and city called Xi'an. It's spelled exactly like that in China. Goth, Huns, etc., they are Germanic. They did speak Proto-Germanic. They're not modern Germans, but like the Huns are the descendants of modern Hungary. The Goths are the descendants of, or the ancestors. The Huns are the ancestors of modern Hungary. The Goths are the ancestors of modern Spanish. The Angles and the Saxons are the ancestors of modern English, the modern English, in fact, English. The Franks are the ancestors of the modern French. So, but not the Germans are the bad guys. Yeah, it's not the Germans. Besides the fact that the Vandul are a tribal people, not a one unified group. So, have a good night there, Outlaw. Are the Banu all one people, or say several races that all subscribe to the same set of values? They're all one species, but they're broken up into individual Suli. So like a Suli is a family, it's a business, and it's a government. It's all three things in one. So you may have like an administrative Suli that runs a planet's infrastructure and works as a government, but it's a Suli that is separate from all the other Sulis, and all the other Sulis agree to work with that Suli in order to keep things running. So it's like an incredibly decentralized government. Perhaps the Vandul are more like the Mongol horde. They may be, but their initial inspiration, even with a name which is not subtle, was the Germanic peoples, Germanic steppe peoples of Central Asia and Europe, and Eastern Europe. The Vandals, literally the Vandals. I remember viewing some Vandal leaked footage from Squadron 2. They were doing some ritual or religious thing. Yeah, they worship knives. Sort of like the First Nations then, kinda, but they're really aggressive. They're all very much more like, they don't live in harmony with each other. They constantly battle for supremacy. So it's much more akin to like the Mongolian or the what is the name of it in China? The Chinese had a name for them. The Americans, the Europeans called them the Huns, but they were kind of more like, they weren't the same, but they have similar cultural vibes. It's that kind of constantly vying for power and influence sort of thing. They're all different tribes of Sioux, but they're all Sioux. Yeah, I guess he's something like that. You're talking about the Banu. Yeah, it's very similar. That's why I use the term for Bedouin, because like Bedouin is a good example of that. Bedouin's like a culture, but they all have individual kind of groups that they're with. Since the knives have an edge, does that make the Vanduul edgy? They're very edgy. The analogies start to break down once you go away from the initial concept of the UEE being space Rome. But the best way of analyzing the different species is the Vanduul are all clans that are vying for power, or hordes, not clans. They call them the clans, but they're not actually an anthropological clan. They're not one family. They're various different genetic lineages, so they're more like what we'd call a horde, or, you know, a tribe, I guess. Not really tribe, though. It's not the same kind of concept. And I guess tribes, Vanduul tribes. And they fight amongst each other, and eventually a horde will form when one Vanduul is strong and powerful. Once they can convince people that they're in charge, people will flock to join that horde, and that horde will go off on a conquest. And the reality of the Vanduul is that the more you fight them, the more people will seek to challenge them. And when people say, that sounds like the orcs from 40K, because it's the orcs from 40K. But not in the space mushroom must smash big dumb. These are not big stupid creatures that are made from space fungus. They are a species that have evolved and created space flight and are very cunning and very good at what they do. They just prefer raids over war, because they're not really there to fight a war. They're there to take your stuff, and because they need that to survive. So the Vanduuls are like a combination of Vikings, and I don't mean Nordic peoples, I mean the Vikings, and like the Huns, or the, you know, like that kind of mix. Because they don't have a place they settle, they have to go from place to place to consume the resources that they need to survive. Which is why First Peoples isn't a really good analogy for them, because First Peoples usually live in harmony with their usually, or they try to stay in balance, because too much destruction of the environment means they can't go back there long enough, and they have to, you know, that kind of sort of thing. Most nomadic peoples tend to be more in balance. The Vanduul do not care. An aggressive species that makes 3,000 meter ships. The kingship is supposed to be the largest ship in Star Citizen lore, right? Yes, next to the Retribution, which is effectively a human kingship. But a kingship kingships are only piloted and manned by hordes. So by the biggest groups of Vanduul actually have a kingship. And you can think of them as flying colonies. They're like flying continents that are used for like everything. And then the Banu they don't like war because war is bad for business. And the Banu are so focused on not perfection, but skill. They love skill and excellence. So they found out that if they work together and specialize, they have a better chance of achieving that excellence, and then they can trade for those goods. We don't know a lot about Vanduul or Banu history because they don't take history. The Vanduul we don't know a lot because it's kind of hard to sit down and ask Vanduul questions, because they either kill themselves or try to kill you constantly. And almost no species is on friendly terms with the Vanduul. There are specific Vanduul groups which may be okay with individual species, but it's not necessarily like you're friendly, you're just not hostile, which is a completely different concept. Vanduul are similar to Klingons. Each clan... Each clan has its own unique identity. 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 Each clan has its own unique identi Like Klingon houses will vie for each other, improve their strength, and smaller groups will coagulate around a larger clan if it is powerful. To a degree, though, you don't see the Klingons. There's no like emperor figure like you'd see in the in the Klingon Empire, or High Council or anything like that. They don't have a centralized government at all. They're completely nomadic. Don't the Banu trade with the Vanduul and Lore? Only a small group of Banu trade with a small group of Vanduul. Very selective. Yes, and the Xi'an do the same thing. Only a small group of Xi'an trade with a very small group of Vanduul. Kingship sounds like a resource hog, like the sort of hog that'll starve if we can stop it for even a short time. To a degree, yes. It can also starve if you shoot a railgun round through it. Which is what the Retribution is designed to do, to absolutely TKO, go head to head and beat up a kingship, because we know it takes damage. We've damaged them before. It's just been impossible to destroy them because they only show up when the battle is already won. So they only show up when the humans, when like human fleets have already been broken, like their backs are broken or they're on the edge of breaking. The kingship will show up and completely destroy any semblance. So they show up at the end of the battle. The Vanduul do not care about honor. Honor is not what they value. They value individual strength and prowess. If you can prove you're a badass, you've always been a badass and always will be a badass, people will follow you. Any sense of weakness, dead. They don't care about honor or dignity or anything like that. You want that, that's the Tevarin. The Tevarin are the honorable, work together, die alone, watch the skies, back each other up, noble kind of like ideology when it comes to conflict. They'll still do sneaky stuff and kill you in your sleep and stuff like that, but it's less of a just do anything to win and more of a do things that will win and not cost the lives of everyone around you. Thank you, Smart Wall. That was you who just did that. Thank you for gifting that one, for getting that one. We are currently at 45, so we just have 5 more tutorials to get through if you get that one. In Halo terms, the Vanduul are brutes. Yes. And if in Halo terms, the Tevarin are the elites. And the Xi'an are the prophets. Which makes Banu the grunts. They're probably more like the Kigyar, the jackals. Sounds to me like grand-scale baiting operations the way to go to break the Vanduul hordes. What do you think Operation the Battle of what is it called? The Battle of Oberon was? The thing that caused the why do you think the UEE left a bunch of gunships to secure its entire flank against cruisers? Admiral Bishop is a bit of a bastard. He intentionally sacrificed Perseus's to the Vanduul, hoping that they might break and try to convince more Vanduul to arrive to fight. But he was impressed that the Achilles managed to take out 3 fucking cruisers before it went down. Then what's the flood? That's the Krthak. Where's my salty rant? Where's the salty rant? I'll start here. We got started on lore. That's what happens when I get started on lore. I get distracted. Are the Xi'an bigger than humans and pretty strong? No, they're small. They're actually slightly shorter than humans, but they are beefy. They are pretty chunky. The Vanduul are taller and stronger. Will we see big spatial and terrain battles in Squadron 42 in a significant number? Yes, almost certainly. I mean, I know how... listen, Darth Revens, I can explain to you. I know how the game plays. I don't know But I kind of know how the game plays. I know the story. I know the entire story of Squadron 42 because I spoiled myself like an idiot. So I know the whole beats, I know the twists and the turns, but I'm not going to say it because it would distract from, A, it's going to spoil people who would rather keep that a secret, and B, I don't know how much of it's going to be the same, because what I know will probably change before the game actually releases. That being said, I can tell you that big fleet battles are definitely part of Squadron 42 at some point in the narrative. Yeah, the Xi'an live several hundred years. Have a good night, there's Fish Sticks. And they actually have full exposés. They've had full kind of explanations of FPS with Vanduul and how the Vanduul FPS works, which has become a joke that I've said multiple times, which is Dark Citizen or Citizen Souls, because there is a full-on, not necessarily roll dodge mechanic, but definitely a timing mechanic of how the Vanduul will attack you, and you'll have to learn how to dodge their melee attacks to be able to survive. You will have to evade a melee attacking Vanduul. Yeah, humans still live much longer in the Star Citizen universe than compared to today. The average human lifespan is, I think, 150. But yeah. Do I think the Squadron 42 story is good? Yes. Do I think it's going to make you cry and make it be like it's art? No. It's a popcorn action movie. It's not Call of Duty, but have you played Wing Commander? It's Wing Commander. That's what I'll tell you. It's effectively Wing Commander. Like avoiding executions in Shadow of Mordor. Yeah. A lot of people don't seem to understand that just how huge Vanduul are. They're 10 feet tall. They're 3 meters tall. They're the size of a story of a building. Yeah, they have a full Tavaran language developing right now. Yeah, the Vanduul are tall, muscular, naturally armored, can survive the vacuum of space naked, and prefer to get up in your face and shank you personally. Just kill. They want melee combat. They're Space Marines from Warhammer 40,000. That's what they are. You gotta fight Space Marines. No, because that's not how regen works there, Gustavo. They're not clones that you transfer your consciousness to. They are regenerated bodies. Your consciousness is imprinted on a device called an Ibrahim sphere, which constantly updates information from you to the sphere. But when you die, or because it's constantly updating, you have these things called trauma echoes. And when those trauma echoes transfer to your consciousness, it remains in your imprint. So say you're out in the black, you have an industrial accident and you lose an arm. Guess what? You've lost that arm. When you regen again, that arm is gone. If you were, it doesn't matter if you imprinted when you're 20 and then you died when you're 50, you don't go back to being 20, you go back to being wherever you were right before you did, because it's a constant upload of your memories and your consciousness to the imprint. And as you build up that score, it's called the imprint viability score, as you build up trauma echoes, that score will go down and eventually you have to be wiped. So it extends your life significantly, but you are not immortal. So PvP pilots will be practically cyborgs if they're bad. Wing Commander was great in its day. One day a new one, e.g. Squadron 2, will also will be so cool. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Try to get in 3953. Well, the secret is, and this is the weird part, the Ibrahim sphere is made using Vanduul technology. It was captured Vanduul technology that was then reverse engineered and then used to create the Ibrahim sphere in the first place. Now, the Ibrahim sphere just stores your consciousness. It doesn't make you a new thing. There is a new system, another system called the Regen Gel, which is created by a different company, and when it was paired with the Ibrahim sphere, allowed for regeneration. So we don't know if the Vanduul have regeneration, or if they have some way of downloading or imprinting imprints into another Vanduul. We don't know, but according to, and the thing is that information, that technology has only been available for 3 years. Squadron 42 takes place in 2945, so regen is not available by the time it's 2945. So lore-wise, the person who dies is not the same soul. Is not the same. Is not still the same, or is still the same soul or body is made to look like you, and you javelin your memories. So you are the same person, but it's philosophically the question is the Ship of Theseus question. Is the Ship of Theseus the same ship if you've replaced every single board on the ship? Are you the same person because you still have all your memories and your recollection, but you're in a brand new body? Even though that body is the same, looks and feels the same, like the same body, it's the same frame that you were before you died. And the thing is that this isn't just a quick, oh, we're just going to use this to describe a new concept. This has become a major point of interest in the universe of Star Citizen. It's opened up legal issues, philosophical issues. There are religions who are against this because they think it's a soul capture device. There are economists who are worried that people living longer will be a higher strain on resources in the verse. There is questions on, are you the same person? If you signed a contract and then died and then regened, are you still the same person who signed that contract? Person Dynamics says yes. So it still has similar questions to Altered Carbon, but Cyberpunk has been a major influence. Cyberpunk stories have been a major influence in Star Citizen. Star Citizen is a cyberpunk story. It has heavy elements of cyberpunk in it. Yeah, literally actors have lost their job for dying too much, yeah. I think their version of regen is one of the more unique pieces of tech in Star Citizen. Some people have told me that there's at least one other book series which has something very similar to this, but I don't think any other video game series or major IPs outside of that book series has really ever had something as unique as this. It's really cool how they dive so deep in the mortality of it. Well, the concept of the thing you have to understand about Star Citizen lore is that Star Citizen lore is incredibly well thought out and in depth, because basically CIG has given one and now eventually 6 writers 10 years to think of a universe, and then bounce ideas off of the community, hear the community's feedback, and then evolve that universe. There is 10 years worth of lore. And in the early days, all they had was lore. So there was a lore story every week. This is why when I do my complete history of Star Citizen lore series, and I go like, I am absolutely stupid, because at a certain point, and I'm reaching that point, it is literally impossible to go for an entire decade of lore and without filling up 40 minutes of time. Like, once I get to the end of the measures, I'm going to have to go year by year in some cases. So, like, at best, I could see maybe 4 episodes covering the 29th century of humanity, and that's really slimming stuff down. Probably more like 8 to 10 episodes. Just for the 29th century. We're in the 30th century right now in the Star Citizen lore. In the last 50 years, there's been a absolute shit ton of information and stuff that's been released in that lore. So, probably not gonna have spells though. Do you know if we have influences from the Asimov Foundation and Dune and any parts of Star Citizen? There's not a science fiction book or series that isn't touched by Foundation and Dune in the last 40 years. So I'm sure there are there. I mean, we have the sandworms of Lear, which are obviously an homage to Dune worms, but the trouble with the remarks I have previously posted is that the same rhetoric, when applied to the Vanduul, was applied to every conquest humans have ever done. We know where that leads. And that's the other thing to remember, is that we are only seeing the lore from the perspective of the UEE. We don't even see much lore at all from outside the UEE's perspective. And when we do, it is highly different. The way that they view the UEE and humanity as a whole is much more pessimistic, much more visceral. The Tavaran see humans as literal imperialists, because they are, and view that Tavaran, the working with humans is just folly, because all they care about is their own comfort and their own protection, and will literally do anything to keep it, and not actually recognize the Tavaran as, giving back their home world and give them back their culture, let them practice their culture. And there's actually a literal schism between the two sides of the Tavaran. There's one part of the Tavaran who want to integrate with human culture, with their own culture, to kind of blend a hybrid and become part of the Empire, to preserve themselves and to continue their legacy and to get more power within the Empire politically, by overwhelmingly joining the military, which is part of their culture anyways. And the other part of the Tavaran want to ignore humanity, want to completely reclaim their old identity and reclaim their home world and, rebuild the Tavaran power, the Tavaran empire. And, yeah. Yeah, you Paladin, we're talking a lot about Star Citizen lore. There are trailer, yes. There's no trailer for that, no, sadly. Oh, they're taller. No, it's about the same size as humans. They're about the same size. Make Tavaran great again helmets on the ships. Well, I've always theorized that there's going to be a third Tavaran war. We've had 2. I think we'll have a third Tavaran war, but that war is going to be a lot different from the previous Tavaran wars, in that the main belligerents will likely be the Tavaran who are anti-UEE and the Tavaran who are pro-UEE. Because with humanity's constant war with the Vanduul being in place, a Tavaran fleet would have to be handled by local security forces and by militia in the area, and most of those people will be Tavaran. and players. So players will have a chance, but it will be the players who decide who wins the third Tevarin war and which Tevarans you'll side roll back with. So. Because no one ever sees themselves as the villain. What do you think Ivar Mezer's personal narrative was to rationalize his actions? I mean, it's pretty easy. He just fought a war with the Tevarin, and they almost lost. Humanity had almost lost the war with Tevarin. And it was because of slow thinking, of corruption, of humanity just wasn't ready to fight a war. And this was even after first contact with the Xi'an, only, 11 years earlier, humanity was still not prepared. And his argument was, in front of the people, was that because we were so divided, because we were so corrupt, or, because the UPE wasn't centralized enough, they couldn't respond to the issues. He famously said, every ship needs a captain. And he was the captain. So he saw himself as a father figure, as the captain of a ship, trying to preserve humanity. He earnestly believed that it wasn't a situation of if the Xi'an were going to attack humanity, but when they were. So he wanted to prepare humanity as best he could for that inevitable conflict. And his son and his daughter and his grandson, his son and then his granddaughter, Mezzo the second, Mezzo the third, also agreed with him and kept that continued forward. But, that's also the language of a despot, of a tyrant, of a dictator, which he was. But he was just very savvy politically, so. Well, that's the thing, Ash Rackham. This is an unpopular opinion with that Ivar Mezzer, the Vandal would have steamrolled us. With the Mezzers, they still steamrolled us. Because humanity was fighting a war that they weren't prepared for anyways. Every bit of human technology, in terms of military technology, was built exclusively to fight the Xi'an. The Xi'an do not fight like the Vandal. They have lighter ships that are much more maneuverable. They can still pack a punch, but they were speedy and hard to hit. So you have the Gladius, you have the Idris, you have other ships like that which were designed to be able to maneuver and fight. But they were too weak. They didn't have the punch power. And the ships that did have the punching power that could take on the Vandal were too slow. So what they needed was something that was maneuverable and could punch heavy, but not necessarily fast, to be able to counter the Vandal, which they had started to make, like with the Vanguard, but they were having trouble. And so when the Vandal originally attacked, the Mezzer, who was in charge at the time, I can't remember who it was, literally let the Vandal attack and collapse. Didn't respond to the fall of Orion, because he thought that it would scare people into being more loyal to him. That without him, they would not survive, because he was insane. He was crazy. And they actually moved weapons away from the Vandal front to kind of have this. It's nuts. So a Tevarin civil war with a side helping the Imperial human partially while they keep the main force on the Vandal. Yeah, something like that, yeah. It'd be nice when we start seeing more images of lore-related subjects from RSI and talented backers. Are there any resources online yet for obvious, other than the obvious content? Not yet. It's something I've been trying to do a little bit. I've actually hired one artist to do stuff. I got an image that they made of Nick Croshaw based off of the actor who plays the voice of Nick Croshaw that we know of. But I'm hoping to get a bunch of artists to put stuff together for the First of Our War, like the last stand of Hester Polaris, who personally fought off a Tavaran strike force trying to take her bridge while she was fighting, ordering her crew to continue to fight off the invading Tavaran until a relief fleet would arrive, and actually saved her crew, though she died after personally going mano a mano with a bunch of Tavaran to save her ship. And the Greys, the vigilante, the partisan force, the freedom fighters, humans who were left behind in Idris IV when the Tavaran took over, and did hit-and-run attacks on the Tavaran, and then ran to the hills and an old ski lodge that they didn't know about to hide from Tavaran forces, and then blow up construction and communications towers and other things like that, or the invasion of Idris IV itself. Six platoons ambush of Tavaran on another world. So many other things like that. The battle of a specific, I can't remember the name, but something Ridge, where the Cyclone was first used in combat against Tavaran tank division. The Tavaran have any larger ships or only small fighters? I'm really interested in Tavaran multi-crew. They had large ships. We don't know the names of them. There is one multi-crew ship we do know the name of, which is called the Jackal, which is the opposite twin of the Hurricane. The Hurricane was actually built after observations of the Jackal, because the Jackal used its second seat instead of offensively, they used it defensively, where they could position the shield to prevent an incoming fire. And the person who built the Hurricane case specifically said, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to invert it, and then created the Hurricane, which is one of the most influential designs in modern UEE. Do we know what the topic is for SCL tomorrow? I don't know if we're getting one tomorrow. Cool. I could get into that, and although Funds Limited would support the endeavors in separate project. I'm going to talk with a couple people who I've been told I can talk to see if we can get some of that stuff done. I'd always love to hire artists and such. I'd thought about in the past of reaching out to some of the concept artists who did some of the original stuff for CIG, because many of them are contractors. So I thought maybe I could reach out to them, but I don't want them to break any NDAs or anything like that. If I'm like, hey, you know how you did this a long time ago? How much can I pay you to do something like that again? But AMGL. The Xi'an aren't really that they're sneaky. They would definitely do toe-to-toe, but they wouldn't do a toe-to-toe fight unless they already knew they won. The Tavaran are also very hit-and-run sort of kind of combats, but they don't mind going front toe-to-toe. But they are super defensive. Their shield technology was the best shield technology in the verse. Still is. SCL is still not announced, so we may not have an SCL this week. Hey, MGL, we were talking about some other stuff. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm going to do one more thing, and then we're going to do my little salty rant. Star Citizen Live. All right. Why don't we have any Xi'an or Banu walking around PU? Because they haven't finished their rigging yet, is all. They'll eventually happen. There's a Xi'an embassy or consulate on our ArcCorp. So we'll have them eventually. They're just not available. They just haven't built the rigs yet for them. Well, with war tactics so far, and I find it so interesting of them being so open to war. I wouldn't expect them to be so defensive focused. I mean, you can think of them as hoplites in ancient Greece. Hoplites are incredibly armored for their time. They would have interlocking shields, and they would march together in unison and fight with spears. So they're heavily focused on defense because of these heavy armor they wore, but they're very aggressive. Phalanx walls, yes. All right. Similar to the Romans did similar, and they were also heavily armored. All right, so this is going to be a little different from my normal capsules. I'm not going to have any music. Why? Because I'm going to edit some clips in here of like Chris Roberts talking about his famous cup thing. And again, I'm not going to interact with chat as much. This is an experimental kind of opinion piece that I'm going to do with some backups. And this is going to sound salty. It's not meant to be salty. It's mostly to set expectations. But we're going to be talking about, the title of it will be How CIG Could and Probably Will Screw Up 4.0. So, with that said, I'm going to get started with the recording. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. This is a short segment of my Office Hours live stream that we do live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Come back and join. We talk about lore. We talk about news. We just hang out and people ask questions or do my best to answer. This is chat. You can see they all probably say hi, chat. Or you see Fishy there who always says hi, future Fishy. So please come join us. And if you like this sort of content, always let me know in the comments below. And remember to like the video, subscribe, and hit the little bell icon to notify when these are officially released. So based off of the title alone, you can tell we're going to be talking about some controversial topics. As I will be very, very... This is not a salt rant. This is not me being angry or mad at CIG. This is me setting expectations for what I think will happen, I hope will not happen, but is very, very possible based on what we've heard in the past. Now, if perhaps somebody at CIG sees this and responds and tells me I'm crazy, I would love to hear that. I'd love to hear more details about this. But honestly, this is how I think CIG could and probably will screw up the release of 4.0. Now, that's a big statement. So before we get started, before we get into that whole things, let me explain why that's the case. And I'm going to take you back to May of last year with the letter from the chairman from Chris Roberts. Let's come take a look at this. So, we're going to go through some of this, but this is a lot of this. If you haven't read this already, this was Chris Roberts talking about the development experience from 2020 onwards and the expectations for things like persistent entity streaming, server meshing, and the future of Star Citizen. So I'm going to pick out a very specific one so we can all understand the concept behind what we see. So, this year, we find ourselves in a similar path with 3 huge technology innovations that will fundamentally change the experience and the immersion into Star Citizen, or initiatives. The first of these is what we're calling persistent entity streaming, PES, which is the foundational tech that enables server meshing, SM. PES is the hardest part of the work needed for server meshing and is the one that is required the most engineering. It fundamentally changes how we record the state in the universe and delivers a level of persistence that you just don't see in other games, whether they're MMOs or even single-player experiences. Up until now, all persistence in the game has been tied to a player's inventory, ships you own, or items you hold physically in the virtual inventories of the items you own. If you physically attach the item inside your vehicle, say a rifle to a weapons rack, when you log out or stow the vehicle, it will remember all the attached items and anything in that vehicle's virtual inventory. However, if you drop or place something loosely, even inside your own ship, it won't be associated with any player inventory. So when you log out or the server crashes, the item will not be there when logging in or rejoining. With PES, we're recording the state of every dynamic object in the game, irrelevant if it's owned or held by a player. That means you could drop a gun or a med pen in a forested area on Microtech and return several days later after logging out to find the gun or med pen still there, assuming another player doesn't grab them. Now, this is pretty famous. I'm going to pull up a clip here of Chris talking about this famously talking about the coffee cup analogy. So you can see Chris is very adamant that PES, the concept of PES and persistence, is all about being able to drop something, leave something, and be able to find it again and pick it back up. During 2022, many people, myself included, felt that this meant that we were going to get some sort of, with persistence, we would get to see some sort of remembering state, where if you crashed out of the game because of a 30K, when you got back in, you would be returned back to the server you were in with your ship and everything else still intact. That was the assumption, because CIG continued to talk about it like this, not really correcting. But they changed their tune. Around September, specifically, I can't remember the exact date, but it doesn't say this. But September, that changed, and I'll kind of show this and watch this with you so we can kind of see.
To you, what is persistent entity streaming?
Well, persistent entity streaming is basically taking the entire scene graph of the engine, which is the entire hierarchy of the universe, players, all objects, and take that, which was previously stored on, and at most game engines, it's stored in the memory of the server or on the client. We take all of that and we push it to a database, and it gives us the foundation to basically stream the entire entity hierarchy to client servers and to persist. So that means we can shut down all the processes and we can continue where we left off. So it's basically taking this entire chunk of state of the universe and pushing it to a persistent database.
You used a word I was really happy you used: foundation. The way I see persistent entity streaming, it's a new foundation for everything that comes from Star Citizen. Comes to Star Citizen from this point forward. When we've had to discuss internally, and I've explained to other folks, what this is in 3.18. The best analogy I found is if you imagine Star Citizen, all of Star Citizen is a giant skyscraper. It's like lifting the skyscraper up 150 feet off the ground, digging out the old foundation, pouring in a brand new foundation, and then dropping the building back on top of it, and trying desperately not to spill and knock everything over that's inside the building while you do it.
And making sure the doors still work.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a very good analogy, because if you look at it, the entity system and the scene graph, that's the foundation of the engine, right? So everything uses it. It touches everything. Every single game team, every single game feature is touched by this change. So
So we have an idea. We still understand that's the concept. This is the foundation of this going forward. Well, that would change just a little bit when we see this.
Since PES is per server, then how do we get back onto the same server that our items are on?
Well, the very first. So the first part of the question is before server meshing is PES per server, and as I kind of touched on the previous answer, yes, persistent anti-streaming is per server, but as you can take items out of the server database into your global database, and we made sure it's the same exact database, the same data structures, there will be more persistence. So you can take persistence from one server to another server by putting items into your inventory and then taking them out of the inventory into a new server. Your second question is, how do we get back onto the same server? For 3.18, we won't address any matchmaking changes. And that again comes back to we want to get at par with what we have so far before we start to adding the new features. Also, matchmaking changes will become a part of our server meshing work, which we will start obviously right after persistent entity streaming hits. So for the very first version of persistent entity streaming, you will just use the same matchmaking logic you have right now. That means if you start up your client, you get randomly matched to a server or a shard. I can use those terms interchangeable at the moment because they are pretty much the same thing. Obviously, it's the same as right now. You can play with your friends, so you would join the same instance. If you crash out of a game, we reserve the slot of your current shard. So that means if you crash out, you will be able to have, I think it's 10 minutes to log back in and get connected to that shard so you can recover anything. And as I said earlier, all items which you take into your inventory, that's what you will keep with you, which you can bring to any shard. So that is your way to basically make sure the stuff you want to really like keep, you can keep by just putting it into your inventories.
So I want to let him say the whole thing so we can talk about this. In September, we found out that CIG is not planning on adding those things. In fact, it won't even come until closer to server meshing and more of a server meshing edition. This was a huge blow. A lot of people thought CIG straight up was lying by omission, by not telling people that this was the plan, because obviously this was a plan that they had to come up with. I don't think anyone's really having an issue, has an issue with CIG talking about stuff like this, or even having to like come up with it. We understand that CIG has to make some cuts, make some limitations in order to get this on track and then add things going along. But the point of saying this is CIG has a history, and this isn't the first time they've done this, of taking a big idea and then splitting it up into 5 or 6 smaller ideas that are easier for them to tackle. This brings us to 4.0, and this is one of the major issues with 4.0. Now, normally, up until this point, I always like to give CIG at least a little bit benefit of the doubt, because CIG is constantly changing and moving and improving themselves. And, well, that started to change when we got our first little look at server meshing earlier this year. Pull up the clip and I'll watch it with y'all.
Feedback, this is a learning experience to figure out how we need to build server meshing. The key thing that we're doing with this is server meshing is also tied into the Pyro, the delivery of the jump gates to get to Pyro. It's not quite the same problem, but it also kind of is. When you actually do a jump to get to Pyro, we have to transfer authority from the Stanton DGS to the Pyro DGS. What we want to do, of course, is have multiple DGS per star system, but we're separating the actual jump gate stuff from the actual server meshing stuff, so that we get to the point so we can actually assure Pyro's delivery, and whilst we worry about the actual server meshing delivery. So we're actually, those are now, from our perspective, 2 different problems. So very early on, we're going to be tackling what we're calling separation of the replication layer out from the DGS. So that's the thing which replicates all our data. It allows communication. It's It's a single source of truth in memory for the state of the entire universe at any given time. That's going to get separated out from the DGS that currently holds all the fun simulation stuff that's happening at the moment. That's a first key step, both to delivering Pyro, all the technical backend for the jump gates, and it's also a kind of first big step for server meshing. So that's what we're going to be tackling initially.
Many people came to me and pointed this out to me and said, so Pyro and server meshing are no longer the same thing? And while we could be interpreting this wrong, it sounds like what CIG is doing currently with 4.0 as of January was sitting down and extrapolating all these things out, doing what they usually do, take a big idea, break it into smaller chunks so they can tackle them. This is not a new idea from software development. I'm sure there are people who know more than I do who will say, who will confirm a lot of that stuff in the comments below. But this is where it's important to understand. 4.0 could very likely not have everything we hope it to have. Pyro may not be a part of it. Server meshing may not be a part of it. We may only get the persistence, like decoupling the persistent streaming, decoupling the replication layer from individual shards and expanding out there. I hope I'm wrong on that. But as you can see, CIG is already laying the groundwork, already planting the seeds of backtracking from 4.0 in terms of what they think is going to come in. There is a couple of things that could change as well, because the problem about this is that all of the ports of 4.0 are required for everything we've seen in the Road to 4.0 series. More advanced AI, more the movement systems, the DGSs or the UGFs, the underground facilities, the new locations, Pyro itself. So it's hard to tell exactly how this will work or if it will at all. But it's important to keep these historical examples in mind and with what CIG is saying right now. Hopefully, we may not get 4.0 because CIG has also stated that 4.0 is specifically slated for when Pyro comes into the game. So we may get a 320, we may get a 321, a 322, and so on and so forth until they actually get Pyro into the game. But that may mean that 4.0 is just going to take even longer. So this is mostly to have y'all kind of to lay all this lay down this primrose path to see how badly 4.0 could go for CIG when releasing. But that's just my opinion based off of what I know. I'd like to hear your thoughts down below in the comments. And of course, join us for more discussions like this on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, chat, I want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I wasn't, this is, you know, I say salty, but it's not, I wasn't planning on being salty. It was more setting expectations. That's the reason why I wanted to do that, is because I think a lot of people are already setting themselves up for disappointment. Yeah, that's going to be short. Let me see the full length. I'm going to add a couple of things here as well, because the evidence is really what's important more than me talking. I'm just kind of putting that stuff together. How long is that? 16 minutes. So I'll probably shave it down to about 15 minutes. That was hot. Let me see some of these stuff. Well, I had to go get a salt shaker because there definitely wasn't enough in that for my food. 4.0 is going to be a 2.0, 3.0 level dumpster fire. It's a glorious flaming trash bin filled with 2-month-old salmon. It'll be many heavy metals, and it will be glorious. 4.0 has has to have some big features after all the buildup. I would think. You hope. Yeah, that was hot. I'm curious what comes after server meshing. Nothing. It's basically the end. The only things they have after that are dynamic missions and or the dynamic economy, really, and the reputation system, both of which are in the game but need to get fleshed out more. Okay, thanks I like the show. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. We're still going to be talking a little bit. Some people would say you are salty, but those people would be disappointed. If you don't set expectation correctly, shit gets fucked and people get cranky. Yeah. CIG, just rip out our hearts now. Confirm Pyro is delayed and get over with it. It's more of the reality checker, which is a relief because I backed by logic and not emotion too more. People, including CIG, get too hung up on the numbers as long as they keep moving forward and do not care. I don't want 4.0 until Pyro. I don't think CIG will release 4.0 until Pyro. Pyro is a system, larger than Stanton, but a system nonetheless, and most, if not all, of the same problems currently found in Stanton will be present in Pyro. That's true. Well, they need to give us something that's important enough to warrant its 4.0 tag. Pyro, jump points, and/or server meshing. Otherwise, it'll just be deserve the jump for the version jump. CIG just like numbers don't matter at CIG, but they've said that their number 4.0 is for Pyro. The truth can hurt as we try to fairly look at things based on the history of breaking big items into smaller pieces. It is what it is. I know I'm greedy, but I'm clueless non-dev. I'll just wait. Scaling 4.0 back from static server meshing would be a massive hit to the community faith after years of build-up. I don't think, well, here's the thing. I don't think they'll scale 4.0 back necessarily. I just don't think that 4.0 will reach. If it is Pyro, if it's just Pyro, we may not see them release 4.0 until later, or they'll release 4.0 with just Pyro. Like, that will be the addition. I mean, they'll add new other content and stuff like that, but 4.0 is a big one. 4.0 is Pyro-centric, and from the sound of what CIG is saying is they're going to be using very minimal server meshing in order to bring Pyro to us. Hopefully that means they'll get us sooner, but I know that it'll better than the guest dates. That paper they were showing Pyro in 2 different stages was very relevant. Pyro before server meshing? That's the question. CIG seems to be heavily implying that they're not doing server meshing, that they're going to be disconnecting. As they said, they are 2 separate issues. The transition between Pyro and Stanton and the actual server meshing are 2 separate issues in their mind of how they tackle it. They're separating it out into smaller problems, which means that fundamentally Pyro, the jump point from Pyro to Stanton is not server meshing, which is completely different from what we've been seeing before. Later, Joseph. Yeah, I don't know. 3.18 maybe take a little bit more longer. Subsumption's been in for a long time. Subsumption is what the AI logic runs on. So. Organizational tools are the last 12 pillars. Organization tools? Oh yeah, last 12 pillars. That's true. Okay, so I buy the starter ship for $45 and they only give me 1K. How much of a grind is the game? Not that bad. If you got if you use a referral code, if you haven't already, you can use my referral code !StarCitizen chat. You get an additional 5K for it. But I've done 0 to hero runs with 6K, and you end up. It took me about a week. It would be the equivalent of a week of 4-hour gameplay sessions to get another ship. It's not that difficult. And if you really want to see other ships, just say, "Hey, I'm a new player. I'd like to see other ships." People will give you their ships to try out with. So it's not too bad. Now, I wouldn't suggest buying Star Citizen for $45 right now because the game is a flaming dumpster fire right now after this latest release. I'd wait until the next minor patch to come out over the next week or so. But if you really, really, really want to get into it, I'm not going to stop you. I've suspected for some time that Pyro will end up having its own set of servers and shards and jump gates, stuff bridging between Pyro and Stanton. I've said it before, they need to release a Pyro on its own separate system, and if you want to go to Pyro, log off from Stanton and go to Pyro. I don't think that's going to happen. I do not think that's going to be the case. I think they'll still do jump points because that would the amount of work they'd have to do to create that would probably be more effort than is worth compared to finding out a jump point. Server meshing is a really big one they have to get in, yeah. And it sounded like to me that they're going to use server transfer from Stanton to Pyro to gain knowledge on how to do interested static meshing. They're making sure that they have wiggle room to avoid more controversy. It's a complex issue. I have knowledge on some of this. A lot of these situations depend on the development of new software, but equally hardware server tech. Hey, Galactic Elf. You just missed our salt, not salt discussion. 4.0 is the Pyro patch for more for us than CIG. They're bringing the tech, and we need to be the Flash to stay interested. We need the Flash to stay interested. 4.0 might be Pyro, but it's also that time when Star Citizen's meant to go from open alpha to open beta. Not necessarily. 4.0 is supposed to be still alpha. It's still alpha 4.0. It's, I would say, the patch after 4.0. So the when you would say it's going to be a 5.0, I don't think there'll ever be a 5.0. I do think we'll see a beta 1.0 after 4.0's run is done, however long that is. I was born on Big Island, but I'm still a hole. I don't know. I don't know how to say that on Sergeant Bricks. Wasn't the talk before the road to Pyro? Why is it now the road to 4.0? That's a good question as well. CIG almost instantly renamed the discussion from road to Pyro to road to 4.0, which is like, why? Well, the first thing you need to separate the replication layer in its own server. That's true. NVIDIA developing some interesting mesh tech. Will take longer than expected. It was no salty. Your comment was observational. Yeah. They've been saying for ages they need server meshing for Pyro. Now we find out that we don't. So put it in already. That's the other thing, is that I think there'll be more outrage from people who are like, wait, I thought you needed server meshing for Pyro. Now you don't. Why couldn't you have put in Pyro when you finished a lot of the Pyro tech, like Pyro systems, years ago, 2-3 years ago, when they finished a lot of these planets? The interesting thing is the jump gate bridging system and how that will affect persistence to server shard meshing. Yeah. Damn. So why are we dumping Elite Dangerous for this? Who said you'd be dumping Elite Dangerous for that? If you enjoy Elite, play Elite. Star Citizen just has had a rough launch for this latest patch, and they're waiting for a hot fix in the next couple of, probably next week or so, before I'd suggest anyone getting into it. Server meshing and transfer from Stanton to Pyro are basically the same thing. Transfer authority from one server to another. That's what I thought as well. But again, based off of the actual statements made by CIG, they seem to have separated those into two separate issues. This patch is a trial by fire for new players. I really feel sorry for people who jumped in Star Citizen with this patch. What if they make us find the Pyro jump point with a lore version, like there is a newly opened wormhole just for introducing scanning? Probably not. I've heard that theory before. I don't think we'll see that yet. Hey, Paul, how do we get more people in the PTU to really test the server updates so we don't have issues like this update? I have no idea. I really don't. Hey, thank you for that. That sponsorship, we're at 47. 47 out of 50, so 3 more. If we have 3 more people who use exclamation point Mecha, download Macarena, get through the tutorial, I get credit for it and get a little bit extra bonus. But it's a good game. It's a fun game. I played it on Sunday. I've been playing it a lot. A lot of people in chat can attest to it. It's a fun little free to play mobile and PC game. And a great way to support the channel if you haven't already, if you can't financially support this. A great small little way. I just need 3 people to download and play it before Sunday, and I'll get a little bonus money. So thank you all for doing that and giving it a shot. But as more people for PTU, I have no idea. I don't know if it's possible, honestly. Just because the reasons why people don't play PTU isn't because of, like, it's because of practical reasons. They don't have space, or just there's no interest because they don't save the progression. A lot of people have said, oh, we'll give people stuff. And I think the problem is you have to be very specific on what you do in order to get that. And I don't know if that's worth the effort, especially since the only major problem, the next patch that would have this kind of problem would be 4.0. And it would be the last one we have. So building an entire system just for one patch seems a little bit of like a waste. The jump point from Santa to Pyro has to have sensor servers communicate, which is what server meshing is. Now, I'm no means saying that they'll give us full-blown server meshing with Pyro, but it's basically the same tech. Originally, they would have the static meshing, but now I think they're scaling it down just for the transfer between systems. Again, I don't know. All right, I arrived at work. See y'all in the verse. See ya. Do we not have any back to quarterly updates again? Yeah, 3.19 is coming out in May before Invictus. 5.0 would be beta made lately. It wouldn't be 5.0 though. It'd be beta 1.0 is what they'd call it. My rebuttal is that having Pyro in live would allow devs to work and learn in the highs and lows of having an extra system and then slip in meshing. Also, it would allow players to break test the Pyro system. That is true, but again, people would then come up with the question, why did CIG take so long to deliver Pyro? Are they just delivering Pyro to satisfy people who are mad that Pyro's not in the game yet? Is this a situation where they're actually pushing it for the betterment of the game, or they're pushing it because CIG just wants the people to shut the fuck up about Pyro so they can actually have it out and they can go and advertise that they have multiple systems now? Because that seems like a waste of money and time. So, especially after 3 years of telling us it would be a waste of money and time. Well, duh, Pyro will be on a separate servers no matter what, mesh on mesh. That's the question, though. I feel bad I didn't join as well. Yeah, it's understandable. It's just one of those things where a lot of people don't know about it. Star Citizen is greater than Grind Dangerous Stagnation. I don't know. I know enough people who play both games to know it's pretty fun. There's no way of avoiding disastrous updates like this. As others have said, it's inevitable growing pains. Yeah. You got your Millsec? Nice, BizCon. Other than Sunday not being able to exit my ship seat and recalling ships, I haven't really had any issues with the new patch. Not being able to call your ship is a pretty big one. Already the state of 3.18 live experience will vary. I've had the best experience in 10 years yesterday. No crashes, some FPS issues, but had an epic adventure. That's good. They've discovered the server meshing is not a foundational tech to be experienced Pyro, then okay, just be transparent about it. Pyro, Nix, and whatever comes next may not depend on server meshing. Well, yeah, we would like to know about that. I don't feel like they separated them into two separate issues. It did, however, sound like they wanted to tackle one first and then the other instead of doing both at the same time. Yeah, they seem to have separated them into two separate issues, but they may be the same fundamental solution. The 3.18 really disappointed me more than I thought. It made me feel like my hopes for Star Citizen were really tested. Could you please call Chris and tell him that that they can pull stuff like this anymore? Sure, Peruna, just for you, I'll call Chris and tell him that. I don't know who the fuck. I have never met Chris Roberts. I've been to two Citizen Cons and been close to Chris Roberts. I have never said hello to the man. I've met his wife and talked with her with Sandy, but I have not talked with Chris. Do you know if they're planning on doing a partial wipe? No idea. I've heard that they're planning on doing it, but I don't know the stuff. I've been doing some quality looting all this week with the move all button. I believe the loot... I don't know if the loot saves or not. It's hard to tell. Like Paul said, we need to break test stuff as a community to make it better. This is hot Q&A to be a part of, apart from your capsule. Yeah. I mean, it's all stuff that would end up in the comments anyways, so. My character got completely reset tonight, almost at HRTs too. Oof. Just dropped in, been having 1904 issues all day. Send prayers that I can get in now. I have not been able to get in Star Citizen proper at all since 3.18 dropped. I've tried twice and wasn't able to get in. I had to play Arena Commander, on Sunday before I did the Macarena stuff. So I have met Chris, just not Chris Roberts. I met Chris, yeah. They said loot would not save just AUEC and ships purchased. Then go sell that stuff. Have a good night there, Northern Trooper. I finally caught up with all the topics. So that's the discussion, and I hope CIG clarifies this soon, because it seems like CIG is laying the groundwork for being like, okay, 4.0 is not what you thought it was going to be, and is much more reduced than we said. It is still technically server meshing, but, and then insert a bunch of excuses as to what's going on, because they have to get it out by a certain time, like we have with 3.18. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope that what we're seeing with CIG is going to tackle these problems and solve them, and it's going to be like we think, which is static server meshing plus jump points and pyro. That's what I hope. But I am not. It's not 2015 anymore. It's just 2023, and this is a consistent pattern with CIG. This is how they develop the game. And if CIG is not being clear on something, it means they don't know. Not that they're trying to be, congratulations, surprise, we got it done. It means they have no fucking idea right now. They are heads down to try to get it fixed and see what the situation is. They still probably hope for something that what we all assume is going to be the case, but we don't have the idea behind it because CIG hasn't finished it or hasn't gotten to that point. We'll know more in probably a couple of months, but until then, it's important for us as a community to set proper expectations for 4.0, which is take a look at 3.18. Do you like what you see? You pissed off? Are you upset? That's 4.0. Congratulations, Hassack. Hey, Paul, random question for you, slightly off topic. Has there been any mention of anywhere for the ability to sell ships in game yet or no? Not yet. CIG seems to be waiting for other things to add. I'm guessing more of a dynamic mission system to be added, such, but I bleeded for weeks to be allowed to test in Wave 2. Now people argue not enough people were enthusiastic enough about testing is an excuse for 3.18, makes me laugh. There was aimless. Adding more people does not necessarily mean more people. When they had open PTU, not enough people got in, so. That's not unusual there, half sec. If you get in, you see other people's fleets. Just close the little, like, try to mouse over and close the little X to close it down, and then go to another ASOP terminal. ASOP terminals happened like that in 3.17. They had like that. But my mom said that we're not allowed to have server meshing for dinner. 4.0 with 3.18, but 100 times worse. Oh, yeah. Flying from one server to the next will likely make your ship blow up, and players will be standing on their own chairs in their own homes. There will be some weird shit that goes on. I don't doubt that. I don't think it'll be directly because of server meshing, but it'll be everything connected to it. So you could have a situation where you're flying your ship and you do a transition from one server to another, and then all of the inventory in your ship disappears. Or your ship disappears while you're still flying. So you're just stuck in deep space as you hit the server boundary. The code for Star System must be crazy convoluted. Yeah, which is why they have a dedicated, what is it called? I blanked on the name, but they have a dedicated team and or kind of time period where everyone goes back and does legacy fixes and goes back and try to fix things so that they don't have as much issues. Try to simplify a lot of that stuff. The ship transfers server, you don't. Yeah. Code cleanup, yeah. Maybe ChatGPT looks code for us. Apparently, according to the internet, all of my videos are written by ChatGPT. 6 months before ChatGPT was live. So apparently I'm a time traveler as well. Sounds like the DevOps team, probably. And the engine team. But a lot of it is also the code that they made for certain parts of the game is going to be replaced entirely by new systems, so there's no real need to update it, which has caused many of the bugs and issues because they're using old code and new code. And then when they insert new parts into that code, it improves it, but, you know, you still have other parts you need to get fixed. No, you're an AI confirmed. You can't have server meshing. We've got server meshing at home. The server meshing at home. Menu screen with separate button for separate ArcCorp social module. TheAstroPub, how did you get the tech early? I bribed people. The PU is much if PU is as much testing space as the PTU, then say so. They have multiple times. Like it's in the big long document you read. At the very beginning, when you click the login, it says you have to accept. You have to like read the whole thing. It says that. And Jared has said it multiple times on ISCs and SCLs. And they've mentioned it multiple times on Spectrum. They say it all the time. Which is why they still hold the idea for wipes and such. Mobiglass system and map system. That's what's being worked on. It's being worked on by the Squadron 42 team. So... 318 is awesome. I love being able to leave my Connie hovering over Lorville outskirts and do a few races, and go loot shit at outposts and bounties, and come back and do some more racing. Game in my experience, in my opinion, is actually starting to come together, and haven't done any cargo looting yet in NPC bounties. I've played it in PTU. It is very fun. And I always noted that it would be a much better experience if it was live and I had to could go do these sorts of things, you know, go piracy or do other things like that, go do piracy and such. But I haven't been able to really do it yet. Late here and set alarm for stream. You sleep. Go to bed. Thank you for hanging out, Scrapyard. I feel like 4.0 is going to be a test run for how Nyx will be added alongside other things at the same time. I agree with that. I think Nyx will probably be added not immediately after Pyro. Then again, I think the earliest we'll see Pyro is March of next year, so around this time next year. And if we do see it, then around then we'll likely see Nyx at the end of next year. Probably take a few patches to stabilize shit and get that in. What are your predictions for the release of beta? 2 years, 5.0 perhaps after the release of Squadron 42? I would say after the release of Squadron 42, or at the same time, around the same time as Squadron 42, which is likely going to be fall of 2025. What says this is a reading simulator now? It does require you to read. Go hop on, it's working. I'll check it out after the stream. Nyx has to be rebuilt. Well, here's the secret, Elwalk. It has been being reworked. They added the like new light functionality. The new clinic for Nyx is done. It was built the same time as the clinic as Maria Pier of Heart, I believe, or Oris in general. So, thank you, Justin. Yeah, Nyx is very empty. There's only one landing zone, and it's pretty big. It's about the same size as Pyro. And it will still have content in it, but I don't think CIG is going to backtrack on Nyx and suddenly make Nyx pop like terraformed. I think the reason why they wanted to make Pyro terraformed was to introduce more interesting game dynamics, and it was the second system they were going to add to the game. I think we'll see more interesting game dynamics because Nyx, hey, thank you so much for that. Nyx is on the edge of a dark matter nebula. or a dark nebula, not dark matter, dark nebula. So there's lots of like sensor ghosts, and it's very foggy and hard to see distances. We're at 48, so we only need two more people to get through Macarena. Thank you so much, whoever just did that. Hope you enjoyed it. Also, what happened to that 3.0 mission where you steal a hard drive or whatever from Microtech Data Center? Oh yeah, the one they showed off at CitizenCon. That was never designed to be a mission. I think it was designed with the new mission system in mind, but I don't think it was before they actually had the modules and stuff like that for it. It seems like to be like a scary place to explore. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more spoopy compared to Pyro. Pyro's going to be a little bit more frenzied, but Nyx is very much more spoopy. Levski is as full as my heart needs. Yeah. Levski is a fantastic, one of the best locations they've ever made, honestly. It just has a lot of character to it. No, it won't be friendly to your system. Neither will Pyro, honestly, but I feel like Nyx will be a much more of a muted place. We'll probably have several planets or asteroids where you'll be able to explore. I would expect something like Nyx to be a place where we start to see asteroid bases, kind of like UGFs, but on asteroids. And those sorts of stuff, if they want to do them, will probably end up in Levski. Or in Nyx, because Nyx is the kind of place that have that sort of thing. We do know that they've already started doing a lot of lore fleshing out for that. Like, for instance, there's a new sub-faction or spin-off faction from the People's Alliance of Levski, which is more radical. They're kind of like a cult that is living in a facility outside of Levski. So... It's alright, Paladin. What do you think of the current server conditions? They're pretty bad, but they'll improve. If you have a separate account, you can do it on this, but don't worry about it, Paladin. I'm sure somebody else will find it. Pub, I'm a developer. Do you think Star Citizen would process me if I made a mobile version of the Galaxy app? No. Not at all. In fact, if you made a mobile version of the Galaxy map and put a link to it on Spectrum, as long as you didn't charge for it, they'd probably promote you. How long ago was Levski? Feels like forever. It was before Orison was in. It was when it was removed. Like 3.9, 3.8. Should we assume that Odin is pretty much ready after Squadron 42 release? I know Squadron 42 is in the past, so a few tweaks would be needed. But in general, they have a few systems quite far along, like Nyx. They definitely have Nyx done. I would expect Odin to be added after Squadron. Probably the patch after Squadron, because they need to have some time to kind of change some things around and move or add some different things. But... do you think we'll ever see Soul? Yes. I don't know when, but yes. When will we see aliens in the PU? After Squadron 42. Well, maybe before. We'll see creatures, alien creatures, probably in some 4.0 patch. Maybe not 4.0, but like 4.1. Stop that, Paul. Stop what? Men have been waiting for ages. There might be random asteroids and bases outside of that bespoke ones. Saying stop like talking about Nyx, because I can tell you that like anything I just said about Nyx is complete like conjecture. We don't know anything about Nyx other than the other faction that exists and that it's in a dark nebula. Good night, Low Walk. And that's just very different from current, yeah. Pretty excited to see what Sirius will look like in 2 years from now. Yeah, it'll be very different. You might see Sol, but never land on Earth. More chances of landing on anywhere else on Sol. You'll probably land on Earth, but you'll probably have a very narrow window. You're not flying around Paris. You know, you're gonna get a specific route that you're going to land in Paris, and you might be able to see some aspects, but you may not even be able to fly it. Maybe taking it over for you. So. Can't wait for the lore stuff in game. I can't wait to see new players react to the Anthony Tanaka statue. Oh, Anthony Tanaka statue is such a great lore addition. Are you always streaming at this time? I always seem to miss your streams. Yeah, I tend to stream this time. I stream a little earlier on the weekends, though. You know what you did? I still have to work to do now that I have my computer back. What, getting you to play Macarena? Wait, Pub, you mean I can't go to Disney World? You can't go to Disney World, Pub? No. Earth could end up being more like ArtCorp than what we know of as today. Yeah, probably will. Yeah, I stream on Thursdays, Fridays and Fridays around 9 p.m. Eastern. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, I start streaming around 1 p.m. Eastern. So middle afternoon Eastern U.S. time, or like late evening for European. How would the jump point computer work? Do you have to take each ship through the jump point and then the computer would remember it? That'd be one way. Another way of doing it is to likely purchase data, or there'll be data already uploaded to your nav computer, and you can set auto nav to follow the tracks. I don't think that'll happen initially. I think the first one you're going to have to white knuckle it the entire time. But when they add more automated systems, there'll be a way that you can just kind of punch it in and have the ship kind of go on its own. I wonder how many reclaimed land islands will be built on Earth as corporate nations. Hard to tell. Probably a lot. Do you think crafting will become a more prominent thing in the PU? Like, say, salvage to craft ship components or hunting creatures or create armor? Would you that would take the PU to another level? 100% it's going to. I think you're probably more likely to end up with mining stuff. So, like, mining specific materials, which you'll be able to process and then use for crafting situations. It's hard to tell exactly what it is, but you're not going to rub two sticks together and make an AK-47. It's definitely going to be more of like subcomponents or other small additions. I doubt you'll be able to manufacture full-blown components from scratch, unless CIG introduces some sort of like patent system or some sort of blueprint system where you can get that sort of thing. Hey, thank you for that $4.99.
Justy, super chatted $4.99.
Justine, thank you for that. That $4.99. Crafting was literally mentioned this week's SCL. It's something they're working on short-term goal. Yes, and it's something we also know they've been working on because of A, 318 having the first iterations of it, and B, the long-awaited Argo mobile construction vehicle, or MCV, which not only was leaked in a patch notes before 318 went live to PTU Wave 1, but also had full descriptions written for it. Like a full summary written for what it was supposed to do. Which is like, so CIG definitely has something planned. Something they left in the build that was mined out. So, yeah, hey, a tip. Oh my God, Paul, I spent most of my money to outfit the prospector and I log in tonight and all the equipment is gone. They didn't even give the money back. Fog, here's the tip. Here's the thing. You may log back in tomorrow and all of it's back. I've had that happen before as well. So it may just be that the backend servers haven't caught up or all those sorts of things. You're going to have some weird issues going forward. MCV on the field, yes. But if it's really an issue, Fog, send a message, like a ticket in, and they'll try to help you out with that. It's so a lot of the issues that we had in the very first part PTU push for 318 are back, and that was one of the issues where you'd buy stuff and it would disappear. And the answer was like you disappear, and then you'd go, ah, shit, and you log out, and the next day you'd log back in, and it would be suddenly back in your inventory. It's an issue of the inventory is not loading properly. Is the issue? But I wanted to make an antimatter bomb out of an envelope, 2 paper clips, and a rubber band. Paul, you think these introduce permit locking a la Elite Dangerous? Yes, almost certainly they will. Probably based more off of reputation than anything. Just don't do the character repair or wipe all of your account. Yeah, they don't replace lost items. But they would be able to wipe your account so you'd get your money back at least. Hey, I've collected the bag of sand, and a pack full of plastic bottles, and 3 spools of wire. How do I craft a PCB again? Yeah, but if you're in a situation, Ash Rackham, where you've literally got no money and you're stuck when you don't have any means to make money, you can send in a report, be like, hey, can I get my account reset so it's just basic again? Which is what the character reset tool is great for. But now the recopy is different, so it doesn't actually wipe anything. Oh. All right, y'all. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. I'm going to call it a night. I'll be back tomorrow for some Zero to Hero gameplay where I'll actually attempt to play Star Citizen for the first time since Sunday. And Saturday, we're going to be doing a stream with Expat Brat and Zark Media. We'll be talking about immersion in Star Citizen with our podcast known as The Captain's Table. You're free to come down and watch that. We'll probably be a little earlier than normal, about an hour earlier for setup. So at about 5 p.m. Eastern instead of 6 p.m. to start, just because both Zark and Expat are super different time zones than me. So when I start, it's like past midnight for them. So giving them a little bit more time ahead of time gives them some chance to kind of wake up and do some stuff. They'll be coming on to talk about immersion and how it affects gameplay and, cinematic stuff and what's more important, gameplay or immersion, those sorts of things for Captain's Table podcast. And then Sunday, I will be on Buster to the Destroyers channel with our Star Trek Adventures tabletop RPG with a couple other people, including Darionator, with that whole thing. So we'll be doing that. Then I'll be back after that, back on next Thursday for another office hours. Thank you for hanging out. Love your faces. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.